Okay, welcome everyone to this. I know it sounds strange because I'm talking to a microphone, but you only hear the real sound. But we actually have a lot of people also online following this, so that's why we have to do this. Welcome everyone to Fluido, to this Education Summit get-together. My name is Alex. I'm marketing manager here at Fluido, and today Kari is going to run the show. So Kari is our global education practice lead at Fluido, and he came here from Finland, and he's going to be here for a few days, and hopefully you all get to talk to him. And also welcome to our viewers online. It's great that you are able to join, and you have the chat also in the channels. So if you have any questions, we'll be monitoring those as well. So hopefully you enjoyed the session too. Without further ado, we could look at what's going to happen today. So today we're going to have the opening, and we did start 15 minutes later because people are still arriving, and there will be more people probably also in the room because people are still getting to this place. Not always easy to find, but hopefully we'll see a bit more. Then Kari will have the opening, and he will recap also the main highlights of the of the Salesforce education forum from the first day. We're going to have a coffee break after. There will be some coffee, some small bites for you to take to network. Then we're going to have a chat between Kari and Krista. So they're going to talk about the employee and learning experience in the digital world. And then we're going to have this innovation partner fair, as we call it. So 15 minutes, each partner would be able to tell you what kind of innovation they bring to the field of education, higher education. After that, we're going to have a panel discussion on the future of digital campus, and then we will hear the story of Alva University, and that will be a hybrid one as well. So Kari will be here, and then Patrick from Alva University will be joining us through the video. So it's, again, a bit of a hybrid format, like everything nowadays sometimes happens in this way. And then after that, we're going to, Maurus from Fluido will talk about digital experience and e-commerce and what education can learn from that. After that, some closing, some networking, some drinks, and hopefully you're able to join us also for dinner at 7:30 p.m. So it's just going to be downstairs. We have a table booked, so kind of more informal networking and hopefully also some nice food. If that sounds good. If that doesn't, please let us know so we can change something. But if that does sound good, we could continue. And first, maybe one thing to start with. I don't know how much all of you know Fluido. But if you don't, we have a short video that we've now made to kind of tell you a bit more who we are and what our culture is. So we could take a look at that first, and then Kari will also talk about the education practice and, of course, his opening words.
Fluido journey started in 2010 from Finland. We help our customers to be superior in their sales, marketing, field service, any business processes.
And that means that we help organizations understand where they're trying to get to, how to get the most out of their investment, and what component parts they need to complete that journey. So what makes Fluido different to other partners in the ecosystem?
It's all about employee experience and customer experience. All the companies in the world, they have some kind of secret sauce, and our secret sauce is our values.
Work must be fun, and that's why we decided to take fun seriously.
We believe in superheroes. We believe that everyone is unique in our own special way.
Friends don't let friends down, whether that's helping out a colleague with a tricky task or being there for a customer when they have a question.
Action speaks louder than words. We believe in helping internally as well as community, and here we are.
We trust. It is critical that we as Fluidians trust each other to do the right thing for our clients. And over time, they get real strategic value as opposed to a tactical fix.
And this is a bit more about where we are and where we're present. Since we're part of Infosys company, so Fluido was founded in 2010. Originally in Finland, then we expanded throughout the Nordics, then we expanded to Germany, to UK and Ireland, to Benelux. But then in 2018, we were also acquired by Infosys. Now we're part of this big Infosys family supported by the global force, globally. So we have a lot of projects, a lot of consultants, a lot of certified specialists, and a pretty nice CSAT score, so 4.9 out of 5, not out of 10. And then Fluido and Simplus. So Fluido is the European spearhead for Salesforce, for emphasis, and then Simplus is taking care of the markets in the US and Australia. But that's about Fluido, and maybe then, Kari, if you could take the stage and talk a bit more about what we do in education, and then what your insights from the events are.
Sure. Thank you, Alexandra. So, warm welcome to everyone here from me as well. My name is Kari Poutanen. I'm the education industry lead for Fluido. It's great to see so many of you here on site, and also thank you to you who are joining us online. So, who is Fluido, and actually what is our role in the education industry? I see that the Fluido mission around education is to ensure or make it possible for our customers to realize the digital future of education, quite simply. And how we enable that, there are actually 4 kind of central value drivers that I see that we have, how we are contributing, activities that we are doing. Obviously, the number one thing is that we are a Salesforce SI, so we help our customers in education to make use of Salesforce technology to deliver education. And, you know, the areas where we work with include recruitment and admission services for education institutions, student support services through Student Success Hub, working with different sort of communities for different stakeholder groups like alumni and students, advancement, and just all around digitalizing experiences for different user groups, whether they're employees or whether they're students or other stakeholder groups inside the university. The second thing that we do is that we work with our customers by kind of delivering business consultation and advisory services around education. So what this means is that, for instance, we advise our customers on how to get the most out of Salesforce, how to strategically use Salesforce to deliver value in their organization, how to select how to select the right kind of technology for different kind of use cases, how to build strategy around key systems such as a CRM system for education. The third thing that we do as well is that we work with institutions in partnerships around, for instance, curriculum. Like we have a partnership going on with IHM Business School in Sweden, for instance, where we actually help deliver Salesforce as part of the curriculum at IHM. So you can buy a course there around Salesforce, and we are providing the content and the teacher who is then delivering that education. And we have similar kind of aspirations with different education institutions across EMEA as well, where we want to work with them to ensure that if we have something of value to deliver in the curriculum around Salesforce or digitalization initiatives or skill sets that you need in the digital future, that they're able to deliver those. And then finally, we also work ourselves to bring in new talent into the ecosystem and into this kind of digital new future. So by helping upskill and reskill the workforce. And what that means is that we take part in, for instance, student fairs, in kind of spreading the message on what kind of work opportunities there are, for instance, for students in the Salesforce ecosystem. We also run our own developer academy, which is starting soon, where we help people who are interested in working in the ecosystem as developers to really upskill. And we also have partnerships with different institutions that themselves work to kind of upskill the unemployed and help them kind of get credentials and certifications in Salesforce, and then help them get employed with consultation partners. And all of these things together really kind of help us deliver value to the entire ecosystem. And this is what kind of Fluido's mission and what our values help us drive as well. Now, what I want to talk about next is sort of some of the key highlights from yesterday's education summit. As many of you probably know, and what was already mentioned yesterday, Salesforce ran their, I think it was the 10th Salesforce Education Summit, and we saw some really great kind of keynote speakers there, and kind of really nice sessions there, both on the main stage and also from the different breakouts. And I want to talk about kind of some of my key highlights that I took away from there, the key messages, and also the kind of some of the big reveals that were made in how Salesforce is delivering more value to education institutions. Now, I think the first thing that kind of stuck with me in some of the sessions was this message of technology as being sort of like an enabler of inclusivity in education. So there was a good keynote from Malala Yousafzai who spoke of the power of sort of technology and what they're doing with their foundation in making sure that education is more inclusive, and the importance of also making sure that the different people who we are delivering education for, and she specifically mentioned girls as being kind of the group that is whose voice is not being heard and whose voice isn't really represented in those kind of forums where decisions are being made on how to actually deliver education, and how important it is to actually make sure that we include them. And I think one of the underlying messages of the sort of the day and what I took away was that technology has this great power of making these processes that we build on technology then more inclusive by making data transparent, by making processes transparent, and by including the different stakeholders like students together with faculty and staff in the different sort of decision making processes. Then the second thing that was mentioned was also this idea of sort of equitability. So, how do we ensure that we're able to deliver, or education institutions are able to deliver equal outcomes for students? So no matter kind of where, what their background is, or what sort of path they're taking to their education and further education, that they get the same outcome of sort of the learning content that they have, and the degree that they're trying to take, or the course that they're trying to take. And here I think as well, sort of one of the messages that I took away from it was that technology is again like a great tool for making sure that we can get to these equitable outcomes, because with technology we can make sure that we can, for instance, personalize the learning journey. We can use data, and we can use automation and different tools like artificial intelligence to make sure that sort of we take into account the personal needs of each student, and we're able to do that in scale as well, to make sure that we can support the student in different parts of the learner journey, and we can help them get equitable outcomes. Then the third thing that was mentioned was sort of the democratization of education, or making education more accessible to everyone. And this was something that the CEO of Salesforce.org, Rob Acker, mentioned in his kind of keynote session as well, that sort of technology has this great power of making, in today's sort of blended or remote learning environments, making learning contents and also the different services that students need more accessible to everyone, no matter where they're coming from. And by using technology in a way that's supportive to the different students in different environments, we can make sure that we can also scale up education in a good way. And this was something that also the president of Arizona University said when he mentioned some of the numbers of how many students they are able to get into the different programs. The numbers were pretty staggering. Like, I think he said that in engineering they've gone from having 6,000 students to over 20,000 students, and this is thanks to the power of technology, making things more accessible and being able to then scale up education in a powerful way. And then finally, I think one of the things that I sort of took away, which was underpinning all the the discussions was that the speed of change in education is pretty staggering. So, this is true across all industries, but in education as well. I think a number that I remember that was mentioned was that there is research that 65% of the students who are in college today will work in, have a title or have some kind of job that doesn't even exist today, but will exist within the next 10 years, which is a pretty amazing number when you start thinking about it. And I think what was really important and what was mentioned is that this isn't really like a unique problem to education institutions. Obviously, like this is a problem for the workforce and for companies that need those employees that have those skills that they require or they get from education institutions. And here I think that the key message which I feel is true as well is that companies and education institutions need to work even closer together in the future to make sure that not only are education institutions able to deliver on skills that are required by the workforce, but also that workforce sort of helps education institutions identify what are those skills that will be required in the future. And this is again something that to support this speed of change and to support identifying this, technology can be of help. For instance, having the right data accessible, or identifying which student exactly kind of needs which kind of support or which kind of courses, and making the learning content also available at scale to a larger audience by using technology, which will be available in the future and even today. So I think those for me were sort of the key four highlights that I personally took away from the sessions and carried across in the different sessions during the day. Then I think there were also some really interesting product reveals. Now obviously I don't have that disclaimer slide here, but all of you working with Salesforce know that whatever was talked about yesterday, is there's a forward looking statement there, might be available in the future. But I think, like, just speaking about the things that they're looking to bring into the into Education Cloud, the first one that they mentioned was this Customer 360 for education, which I think is a really interesting thing that they're doing there, because Salesforce is trying, what they're trying to do with this Customer 360, from what I understood, is that they're sort of trying to bring together the insights and capabilities around recruitment and admission and student success and advancement and marketing, and sort of bringing all those together into one product. And because Salesforce has so many different products across the platform, and it can be used for so many different things, what the Customer 360 really kind of offers institutions is an easy way to identify that how can you bring together sort of the best of the platform and the best of what Education Cloud has to offer with those sort of purpose-built solutions to really kind of drive success across the institution and also for students. And then how do you gain the different insights from that and break down the different silos between stakeholders groups by sort of leveraging the key technologies in Salesforce around these areas. So I think that's going to be something that's really going to be interesting to look at, how that develops. The second one that sort of ties in nicely together with what we are talking about today later in the panel is the digital campus. So they introduced a new solution called Digital Campus, where basically the idea is that by leveraging solutions in Salesforce, you can break down the different stakeholder groups, connect them, make communication easier, even asynchronously across the organization, and then use data also to gain insights around the whole process. And this leverages some of the sort of key new technologies around Salesforce, like Slack and MuleSoft and Tableau, which is obviously a powerful combination. And I think it'll be really interesting to see going forward, what will actually, how will Salesforce then develop if they develop this digital campus even into a larger solution going forward. Now, then the third insight was around lifelong learning. So another new solution that was introduced yesterday, which sort of brings the e-commerce aspect of Salesforce into the education world. So it will offer kind of 3 key things or 4 key things, a storefront experience for those learners who are looking for those lifelong learning or upskilling opportunities. So if they're looking for courses or if they're looking for those modules, it will offer that storefront experience and how that is managed for the customer. It will also offer the engagement experience. So by using sort of the marketing automation or marketing communication capabilities of the platform, it will allow you to manage the engagement between the learner and the institution. And then finally, managing the corporate partnerships. It will also kind of bring that into the same solution, and obviously data and insights will be part of that package as well. And what I find really interesting about this is that I think lifelong learning is something that Salesforce has been looking at closer for some time now, and there's being talk about micro-credentials and creating a learner profile and these sort of things, and it's really interesting to see Salesforce moving towards this direction when we know that there's going to be more and more demand for lifelong learners and building services for them. And from a technical point of view, it's also really interesting that they're going to be using commerce as part of this solution and bringing that into kind of part of the offering for education institutions. And then the final thing, which I already mentioned a few times, what I really want to highlight is that I think it's really great that they're bringing Slack into education, because everyone has, I guess, been kind of waiting that since Salesforce acquired Slack, when are there going to be more solutions available around Slack for education institutions and different industries as well. So finally now they announced multiple different things where they are using Slack. Slack is going to be part of the Customer 360 solution. It's going to be part of the Digital Campus solution. And it's also going to be part of the customer or the Student Success Hub solution. So Slack Alerts is going to be a thing in Student Success Hub, which means that if someone using Slack identifies that a student needs help or has difficulty in the learning, and they are using alerts to sort of create some kind of action for the student success or student support group, then they can use Slack for that. And I think that's a fantastic development, because Slack obviously has the power to drive a lot of that automation that can take away a lot of those tasks and activities that you have in, for instance, student support. And really using Slack to drive that and connecting the dots is going to be, I think, a powerful value driver in the future for education institutions. But yeah, that's kind of like my key highlights and takeaways. There were obviously a lot more things. They're bringing applications or some solutions to applications to Admission Connect as well. That was an interesting takeaway. And there are going to be many other or there were many other highlights there as well that they introduced. So I recommend watching the recorded sessions, which should be available, if not already, then pretty shortly as well, and looking at them yourself. But I think next, handing it back over to you, Alexandra, we have a coffee break.
Yeah, we do. And thank you, Kari, for this recap. And also actually related to Slack, we soon will have a session recorded in Stockholm, I think in 2 weeks, on digital skills. And there we'll have a conversation with, so Fluido will have a conversation with Slack, IHM, and Volvo Cars about, how to create the future of digital skills, how Slack helps that, how those companies are kind of trying to do that. Something that we'll publish later on. And if you're interested, you could take a look. Does anyone actually have any questions to Kari first before we switch to the coffee break? Or if you're quite hungry, then we do have the food there. We do have the juice and some other fresh goodies, so we could also do that. Okay, if there are no questions, then welcome to our kitchen. It should be available for you now, and then we will continue in about half an hour. Also here. See you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break, and there will be another with a different set of menus, so something a bit more sweet this time. But for now, we're finally at the next session, so we're going to have a discussion between Kari and Krista about the employee and learner experience in the digital world. So I'll let you take the stage, Kari and Krista, and enjoy.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back from me as well, and thank you, Krista, for agreeing to be part of this session and for agreeing on this fireside chat. Really nice to have you here today. So we're here to talk about employee and learner experience, and the old adage goes that happy employees make happy customers, and I think this same is really kind of something that applies in education as well. And actually, like many times we talk about employee and learner experiences if they are separate things, but actually they're sort of both different sides of the same coin. Now, to I think start off with this session, what I'd like to do first is that some of the listeners here, they might not be that familiar with Aalto University, and could you tell us a little bit about Aalto?
Yes, first of all, thank you for having me here. All we are missing now is the fireplace, but the chat will be nice, I'm sure. And I will start with the more important, which is Aalto University. We are one of the leading universities in Finland. We have about 17,500 students, 4,000 of staff. And we were founded some 10 years ago by merging three very different universities. And they were the University of Technology, University of Business and Economics, and University of Arts and Design. And you can just imagine that it was a bit messy at the beginning. We were universities that had their own over 100 years of history. The disciplines, they were very, very different. And it was just a zoo, to be frank. And the cultures collided very strongly. Everybody wanted to preserve their own identity. And it was not an easy task. Fortunately, we had great people leaders because it all starts with people. We don't do anything without people. And as they were working with the culture and maybe trying to figure out how to start designing a strategy from the IT side, we did the merger, or actually we rebuilt the whole IT infrastructure. It was a political decision also. IT people are very passionate about their systems and their environments and everything. And just if we would have taken one environment and said that this is now the common environment, it would have not worked well. So we decided to build a totally new IT infrastructure, and we did that from networks to common networks to new domain, all the services on the top of that, and the world looked a bit different back then than it does now, but still we were trying to make future-proof and design it so that it could carry the new solutions in the future that we don't even know about yet. And that was kind of the beginning. So we were not able to start building a new strategy and even think about digitalization until maybe 2015. It was 2010 when the merger happened. And for myself, I'm really a dinosaur in the university world. I started working in one of those universities last millennia. So it was 1999 when I started working in IT help desk. And after that, I've done had various type of jobs, tasks, but always in IT. Even though I don't consider myself to be a tech leader, I'm more of a people and ecosystem and network person. But every time I thought about maybe going somewhere else, doing something else, something very, very exciting happened. Like, hey, let's form this new university. And would you like to head the design and implementation of its IT infrastructure? Heck yeah. So, and as I said, it was not, the technology is maybe 30% of all the efforts. 70% come from people, culture, mindset, competencies, all that. So that's about all the university and me.
Oh, that's great. But yeah, with such a long background, you've obviously seen the change as well firsthand. So that must be kind of like also a benefit of being in the university world for such a long time. But it's really...
it has its advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, but let's start off by talking about the sort of importance and role of learner and employee experience at Alva University. So, for you as CIO, kind of what is the importance of these topics to you?
Oh, I think quality of education, of course, is very important, and research, but all that comes from the experience too. And I don't know if you can really separate the employee and customer experience, because, well, as you said before, happy employees make happy customers, but that's not the full truth, not at least in the university world. We have a kind of a special environment, since we have students also working for us, maybe part-time, maybe full-time, maybe some other arrangement, but you can't. It's more important to build a community than think of separate roles. That are you a student, or are you an employee, researcher, teacher, whatever. And that's what we have been trying to do from the start, building a sense of community, building a sense of togetherness. And of course, we did invest a bit on the campus, because times were different back then. But we also started building our digital, our living strategy and our digital strategy back then. So we had quite a huge digital ambition. And now, if I think of it, the pandemic, it has affected us enormously. Well, some students benefit from it, but I think the majority, at least to all the researchers, they suffer from it, of the loss of togetherness, sense of community. They isolate, they get depressed, their studying motivation goes down, and that's something that we need to think about in the future, even if we do hybrid. So I actually have a question for you. How do you see this? What are the efforts you are making to build digital solutions so that they actually promote the community and the sense of togetherness, instead of put you in your own room with your own laptop or whatever? So what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Krista, and I thank you for asking it. So I think there's two things that definitely come to mind that we're doing with Salesforce. The number one thing is that I think probably most universities are actually interested in is the Student Success Hub product, which the way that it's built and the way that the product is designed to support students is that the whole idea is to make the support experience more proactive and more inclusive by bringing together all the different people who are, supporting the student, whether they're the the tutors they work with, the teachers they work with, the people who are directing their thesis, or or just the support desk person, and really enabling them to proactively see what's going on with the student, making that data and information visible to them, and making that communication and those processes that are supporting the student really transparent for the student and the staff as well. And I think that's one of the most interesting aspects of Salesforce for most education institutions. And then the other thing I think that is something we see often is by using Experience Cloud, which is the sort of product in Salesforce that enables you to build different sort of let's say portals for user groups. This is something that's very often used to enable interaction between people at university. So you're not kind of just building services in internal systems for internal people and external systems for external people separately, but you're kind of bringing them both together by building the sort of portals on top of the same data and same technology. So I think those are sort of clearly the two things that are, I think, most interesting for most institutions when they're looking for Salesforce to kind of answer these types of questions. But that's a really good question.
That's a good answer. What really resonates me first is the eliminating waste, so that our core business is teaching, education, and the students should be able to focus on that. Sucking in information as sponges, and instead of running from one office to another, thinking of how do I get this service or this problem handled, and you support the whole life cycle. I mean, the life cycle from our point of view starts already when you're trying to decide what you're going to be as a grown-up. And what is the study offering, all that. So we should help the young people to decide on their career. So that's something that can be made more fluent with these type of solutions. And the other thing that you mentioned is data. We want to be a data-driven university, and it's very hard when your master data is scattered. It's very messy, and actually we have these national efforts about having our common data together from all the universities or institutions of higher education. So there's a lot of work there to do.
Yeah, that's true. I just want to go back to something you said earlier, because you were talking about the importance of learner and employee experience in the strategy at Aalto, and how that's a strategic item for you. Can you maybe sort of, I know that many are probably interested in how do you sort of then execute on that strategy? So can you tell us a bit about how do you actually implement strategy across Aalto, and how do you also align the organization across Aalto on the different layers to be behind that same strategy?
Yeah, good question. First of all, I mentioned that we have a living strategy. It needs to adapt to the changing world all the time. I mean, and the changes, it's just faster all the time. And we have a sustainability crisis, we have digital technical disruption, we have the whole business model of universities. Higher education is changing. We can't think of it as before. So the funding is changing. For us, you probably don't know, but in Finland, university, higher education, education is free for European people, and we get our funds somewhere else. But we need to answer those questions, and in education we need to think of our business models. We need to think about things, and overall we have to think about building a community, and it's about not just how would I say, we need to be on the pulse of our students all the time, and we need to change the strategy to match the current problems. I mean, if you think of these past events, we have had pandemics. We're having war crises, and you never know what's going to happen. So implementation of the strategy is a lot easier when you include everybody in building it, whether it's the overall strategy of Aalto University or our digital strategy. But we're halfway there when we built it together, and people, they don't need to be afraid for their jobs. They don't need to think that this digitalization is coming and eating up their jobs. We have so many new jobs coming that we don't even know about, and that's where you invest in people. You have to be open, you have to be honest, you have to be supportive and proud of them, and give them chances to reskill, to build their competencies, to see that they have a future with us, even though the work life or the tasks they are performing might change a lot. But this also begins from the people.
Yeah, true. But you touched upon a very interesting point there, because that fear is something that you see very often with employees when talking about digitalization, that fear of change and fear of losing your job, and how do you upskill and so on. So it's very, very good to hear that you're kind of already taking that into account in how you design kind of how you work with employees and help them overcome these things. I want to actually maybe transition a bit and talk about these challenges that you have faced when you've sort of focused more on the employee and learner experience now in the digital age. So I know you and I spoke earlier about this move to this 24/7 operating model, and how that has changed, and how the demands have changed. Can you maybe expand on that a bit, and what it means for employee and learner experience in Aalto that you have this new 24/7 requirement in your operating?
Well, in universities we can't really change the work agreements, and we don't have the funds that big corporations have. So you need to rely on the big corporations on bulk services like email, web services. We use Teams, Zoom, things like that. So that's kind of the only way to face those challenges. And we moved to the cloud. It's not easy since we have Gdpr. Sorry for the cuss word, but we need to. And we don't actually know how that affects us, since nobody's taken anyone to court from higher education institutions yet. So we need to be very careful with Gdpr, and we have to comply with, let's say, Microsoft's spam filters. We can do. We don't have so much more control over things anymore, and that's the trade-off we have to make in order to guarantee that our certain services are 24/7. The other thing that we're trying to do now is to form coalitions. I mean, like we talk about Digivision 2030. That's kind of an interesting, you might want to go and see digivision2030.fi. I know Digivision, it sounds like, I don't know, kind of a cheap TV series or Eurovision or something like that, but it's actually pretty cool. And we're just starting, so please take a look, and maybe we have this secret dream that we can extend it to the whole Europe, that we can have joint platforms and joint data, and we can carry the student identity across borders.
Yeah, that's very ambitious, but like a visionary goal to have, I think. You actually touched upon something that we had the option for guests to submit questions beforehand, and so you touched upon this question of privacy and security. And I was wondering if you can maybe expand a bit on that from your point of view, that sort of, you know, universities and Aalto as well, you're sort of digitalizing more and more services, you have more and more applications, and you know, how do you see that has changed? What's the challenge for Aalto when it comes to security and privacy, also from like a data point of view, and how have you worked to overcome those challenges?
Well, first of all, the privacy, I just actually, I won't go back to GDPR because I don't like it, but in terms of security, we need to rethink security again since what's happening in our neighbor countries, and it's kind of, which one do you want to have, pandemic or misinformation? How do you balance those? But it's always more secure to have quality platforms that take care of your service processes than just, you know, field of applications that don't maybe talk to each other. The data is wrong, or not wrong, but it's inconsistent, and so it's easier to protect platforms than actually, you know, small application landscapes.
Yeah. And is that also kind of part of the reason why Aalto has moved towards this sort of like adopting platforms for?
Yes, that's one of the it's a big reason, but it's also about maintaining those, and you don't have to do so many integrations. The experience for users, it's more consistent. When we talked about one counter service for a long time in the real life. That's what we want to implement in the digital world too. So it's of course it's user experience, it's security. In the long run, I believe that it gives us better quality, better security, and it's cheaper than just doing integrations all the time when your application life cycle is from 3 to 5, 7 years now, but in the future it will be shorter all the time. So it's kind of more sustainable to invest in platforms than applications.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think it was actually what you said reminded me of something that I think it was Mikko Hyppönen, the security expert from Finland, who said that you know, comparing any IT budget of any institution and how much you can actually put forward towards like security of that solution, if you compare that to something that a platform provider can put in terms of resources for security of that platform, then you cannot really compete with that.
Exactly, and you need to have so many different competencies, even just in the IT world nowadays, that you would have to hire like, I don't know, 5,000 IT people. But that's why you need to have strategic partners that you can trust, that help you taking advantage of those platforms. And somebody you can rely on, and maybe we can in the future form these own petri dishes, these farms where we grow new experts that we can later on send out to the world for after better salaries than in the universities.
Yeah. Okay. We pivoted there a bit on security, but I think it's a really interesting topic as well, and I think it's an interesting thing to sort of look at security and then the experience of the user, and you already mentioned that those are sort of like something that you have to also balance out between each other. So I think it's an interesting topic. Going back to experience, I think one of the challenges that there is for learners, and I think this is probably true for employees as well, that we've seen during the pandemic especially, is that it's really difficult to maintain engagement and well-being in this remote mode and support that. Have you seen that challenge at Aalto, and how have you sort of worked to improve engagement and well-being when it comes to remote services and digitalizing services?
Well, as I said, we have done a lot in the past. First, you have to have a really good digital strategy, or the overall strategy, then the digital strategy, and then you need to invest in people, and you need to have fluent processes. We did have processes. Oh, we did have a lot of processes. and so starting to actually look at them, and everybody embraces change as long as you don't have to change the way you are working. And those processes need to be, now I'm using the term user-friendly. And when I'm saying user, I mean the whole chain, whether it's the one, the crew that implements those, designs them first, implements them. They need to have proper tools for that. And after that, you have those who operate it, whether it's the tech people, end user support, study services, whatever. Their experience matters, and then there's the end user that needs to have the good experience. And we actually, you were asking me before, how do we measure these things? How do we measure experience? Because we want to be a data-driven university, so we need to measure things. User experience is kind of, it's probably the hardest thing to measure, since it's so subjective overall. I mean, somebody likes this and the other one doesn't. And but the best thing always is to, if you are, ask the people whose experience you are measuring. And of course, we have a lot of surveys for students. We have Aalto surveys. We have national surveys to benchmark. In Finland, we have international surveys, so we can benchmark everywhere, or at least in Europe. And but still, I don't know, kind of going to the campus, that's the key, meeting people, whether it's in study halls, cafeterias, restaurants, hallways. That's the most important thing to do, to constantly be on the pulse of your partners, your students, your whole ecosystem, the stakeholders. And that's what we have tried to do at Aalto. We want to have a very low hierarchy. And that's, for example, our president, Ilkka. I don't know, that's kind of an American term, president. I don't know if you're using it, but if you are Harry Potter fans like I am, you know that in Hogwarts he's called the headmaster. So Ilkka is our headmaster, rector, president, and he does not have an office of his own at all. He does not even have a cubicle.
Yeah.
He's totally mobile, and he works where it's appropriate. And so does my boss lady, who answers to him, Kati. Hi, Kati, if you're watching. And I do so, and my whole team.
Yeah.
Hi, you too. I love you. They're all mobile, and it makes them work where it's needed and different places. Since we have 6 schools, we have several buildings. So you have a meeting there, you decide to work the rest of the day maybe there, and so on. So that's something that we want to promote, that anyone can anytime come up to you and say, hey, I don't like this, or hey, this is super, or I want to ask you a question, or maybe suggest a development idea.
Yeah, I remember when you told me that anecdote. It's a really, really interesting one to hear. But it's certainly kind of like living that or setting that example of sort of like being available and not kind of setting yourself above or outside of the community. And that's actually something I sort of wanted to make sure that we have the time to touch upon, because you already mentioned this before. And I know you've spoken about this many times, that community is sort of really important for you. And I remember when we were sort of preparing for this session, you told me that very specifically something that stuck with me is that sort of like you don't separate learner and employee experience, that you don't separate learners and employees, but it's like all one Aalto community.
Yeah.
So could you maybe expand on that a bit and help us and everyone sort of understand what does that mean for you actually and for Aalto, and how have you made that happen, that you have built this one Aalto community?
Well, we've done, of course, a lot of things in the past when it was still possible to meet in real life. We had rope pulling contests against our management teams and students. We had fairs. We have very few spaces where students are not allowed. Okay, our server rooms, places. Well, even I'm not allowed there. So we want our campus to be accessible, and that's something that I think that has experienced a bit of inflation during the pandemics, and that's why we need your help to build more inclusive, more community building digital solutions also.
Yeah, that's true. One of the things I want to ask you is that I know that you've adopted Salesforce as a sort of digital service platform at Alva University. Can you perhaps explain to us a bit about how you see it, kind of what is the role of Salesforce at Aalto as a digital service platform, what that means and how it drives value for you in employee and learner experience?
Yeah, I think it's a high quality platform that looks at the whole life cycle from the beginning to the end, uses data as decision making helper, and reduces waste, as I said before. And I have to say that we're still in the very beginning of our journey. The ramp up took more time than we thought because we didn't have enough competencies. We needed to build them up. And of course, we had a great partner to help us, but you can't rely just solely on the partner. You need to have those certain strategic competencies yourself. That's why we need the farm where we grow those competencies later on. But I would actually pass the question right back at you. Since you've seen our whole struggle from having ambitious dreams and plans and realizing all of a sudden that, we don't have enough resources, we don't have enough competencies, we're kind of a trailblazer, at least in Finland, in this area. So maybe you could share people that what did you learn from this, and what are your recommendations for our kind of organizations?
Yeah, that's a great question. Again, I mean, I think there was a lot of good in the way that Aalto has approached this whole digital effort. I mean, first of all, this culture of sort of inclusiveness. It's really something that inclusiveness and also innovation and daring, that's part of sort of the Aalto DNA, is something that has really helped us, at least as a partner, to support you, because from the beginning when Fluido started working with Aalto, we have really seen that what makes you kind of different from many other organizations is that you really you were immediately looking for a really strategic partner who works really close, almost sometimes indistinguishable from your own teams, side by side, in sort of building solutions and value together. And I think that has been one of the key strengths. And if I look at other organizations that are doing similar kind of work, then the bigger the transformation and the more ambitious it is, I think the more important it is to sort of really bring in the partners you're working with and collaborate with them quite closely, and also include them in making sure that they understand your vision and strategy. And that leads me to the second point, which I think is that with Aalto, you have always had a really clear vision of what you want to achieve, and you have spent a lot of time communicating that vision. And I think that's not just in education, but across industries. If you look at which institutions or organizations are really successful in digitalizing, I think it is those organizations that are really strong in formulating and communicating that vision across all the teams, so that you have everyone who is working to actually execute your plan on the same page, understanding what it is that the end result and success looks like. And I think those are some of the really key aspects. And the third thing that I would maybe mention is that Aalto, when we started working together, you actually at the same time were going through a very ambitious sort of organizational change, where you change the roles of IT and the departments in how you run processes and how you run projects and your portfolio management. And I think something that makes you successful is that you really work with these fusion teams where you have IT and business working side by side together on goals. And many times you see that it's sort of very IT driven or very business driven, or at least they are sort of separate inside the organization, working on their own areas. But at Aalto, really, by working together, they have sort of been able to realize the most potential value. And I mean, the ramp up, as you said, has been very, very fast. So within 1 year, you have achieved a lot implementing on the platform. So that's really, really ambitious and really fun to have worked on that together with you, I think.
Okay. I have 4 rules of thumb, even though I only have 2 thumbs. But
please share.
First, take care of your people.
Yeah.
You don't do anything without them. And second is keep business running. You can't sell new digital solutions if you can't take care of your current, maybe a bit awkward solutions, but still. So keep business running. Then do digitalization with the resources you have left, and do it well. Make the change count, and 4, give people chocolate. They like it, and make them happy.
That's a very, very true. Okay. So actually, with just a few minutes left, the final question that I had for you, which you already sort of covered, but maybe you can expand on that a bit, is that, you know, I'm sure there are many in the audience who would be very interested in sort of getting some key insights or kind of key learnings from your experience with Aalto and being on this journey. So could you maybe share one or two insights from the Aalto journey towards better employee and learner experience, and what do you think other leaders in this space should be looking at?
Mm-hmm. Well, if you look at our values, responsibility, courage and collaboration, that's something that you need to embrace. You need to have strong values and work for them. One of my wise mentors once said that if you want to do or perform a change, don't do a small change. It's not worth it. Aim big. Of course, the people, their competencies. Make sure that you have a good staff, especially now when we need to do remote leadership. So you really need to trust your team, trust for them to communicate the mission, vision, values, strategy, all that, roadmaps to down the line, so to say. So trust your people, take care of them. I think I've said that so many times, but it's so important. And have a good head architect. Hi, Patrick. And plan the change, communicate the change, plan it together with people, and measure it also. Was this what we aimed for? Do benefits realization? So many people measure just IT projects that were they in budget, in time, but they don't actually measure the benefits that they aimed for.
That's very true.
And remember people.
Yeah, and chocolate.
Yes, that too.
Very good. So thank you, Krista. I think we're out of time. Thank you for a very insightful session. It was great having you here again.
Thank you.
And I think next we have a coffee break.
Again, yeah, chocolate.
Thank you, Kari and Krista. Yes, we will have chocolate sometime soon, but now we actually have the innovation fair. So we have our partners coming up on stage and talking about what great innovations they offer for the education industry and not only for that industry. And a bit of logistics. So I will switch the slide and hopefully it works. Yes, now it did. Sorry for that. But the first partner that I would like to invite on stage is the partner that we work with a lot on projects, and also we do events together. They're so kind, inviting us everywhere and inspiring us what we could do in different ways with Salesforce with them. So I'm talking about Financial Force, and today I have Phoebe and Andy from Financial Force who are going to talk more about this. Could you please give this to Andy, and I'll just set up the stage for you. Sorry, I'm trying to run one-woman show today, so trying to teleport from one place to another.
You're doing a very good job, Alex.
This one's for you.
Oh, that's for me.
Yeah, I'm mic'd.
222.
And the
I feel like Tom Jones here. So he's got better hair than me.
Thanks, Alex. Perfect. Hi, everybody, and thank you so much for that kind introduction, Alex. As Alex mentioned, we're from Financial Force. My name's Phoebe Foy-Phillips. I head up the Alliance and Channels for Financial Force across EMEA. And we work very closely with the Fluido team on projects, both with the Salesforce ecosystem and also with Financial Force across a number of different industries. And so we wanted to come and talk to you a little bit today about what Financial Force do. But we're going to start with some introductions before I head on to who we are and what we do. I mentioned that I work for Financial Force, but I actually have a previous life working in academia myself, actually. So I started my career at the University of Reading in the UK, while I was doing my PhD, I was not only a student, but I was also an employee lecturing and teaching. And then I moved into the tech sphere, working both on the product side and on the services side. So I guess I've kind of got a bit of a holistic view across some of the challenges that institutions and commercial organizations face. And I wanted to kind of share with you 3 things that have really become apparent to me. Several of them have already been mentioned today, but that I think there are, some really key synergies with commercial organisations and the higher education institutions as well. The first one of those is experience. So we talk a lot in tech about experience. We talk a lot in Salesforce around customer experience, employee experience. But I think the experience from a student perspective is also really critical. And it's about personalisation. It's about making individuals feel as though they are having a very specific experience to themselves. And I think this is going to become more and more key as we move into the future. We all expect it as consumers, that personalisation experience, but I think students expect it even more so moving forward. That's the first piece. The second piece is connectivity. So we talk about connectivity, we live in this connected world, right? But for me, the connectivity that's really important here and where Financial Force kind of have a part to play in that Salesforce 360 that Carrie talked about is having that single view of your organization, of your institution, of your customer. And that single view that you can get through analytics to have a view across your business, where things are working, where things aren't working, is really key. And I'll give you a quick example. When Financial Force hit the pandemic, when we all hit the pandemic back a couple of years ago, there was this kind of moment of crisis of what the hell is going to happen to all of us now? Are we going to do any business moving forward? And in Financial Force, we sat down and we started to look at some of the data to say, okay, do we think we're going to do any business this year? What's going to happen to the revenue? What's going to happen to our people? And we need to give people the security of how they can expect to move forward, what's going to happen with their jobs. And because we had that single view of our business, we were able to very quickly make decisions about the organisation and the people in the organisation so that we could predict what was going to happen. And we didn't make any redundancies, nobody lost their job over the pandemic because we were able to have that single view of our business. And I think that also is key to any organisation, any institution, is having that single view and being able to very quickly look at real-time data to understand what's happening. And the third thing is change. And change is such a buzzword. We all talk about how we adapt to change, but it's really hard for us to adapt. And it's very hard for us to move forward in a way that's positive and that's a positive experience for our people. And I think the pandemic has perhaps demonstrated this to us more than ever, that we need to move into this new digital world, particularly from a learning standpoint, where we have a blended approach. We have a blended approach today with in-person, virtual as an experience. We need to make sure that we continue to improve, we continue to drive those positive experiences forward for everybody that touches what we're doing. And I think for me, some of those synergies between, higher education institutions and the commercial world are really important that we can reflect on and learn from. And we all have to challenge ourselves by looking at what others do to try and reflect on how we could use some of those learnings or some of that best practice ourselves as well. So I think that's kind of the gist of what I wanted to share with you today. And I'm going to hand over to Andy to talk a little bit more about what we do in Financial Force.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Phoebe. Dr. Phoebe.
Thanks, Andy. You've been winding me up about that all day.
I was going to put it on the slide. So my background is I've been in technology for far, far too long, about 25 years or so. But prior to that, I used to work at WH Smith's, and I used to run all of their management development programs, so all of their leadership stuff. So it's always been in my blood, some of the issues that we were talking about in the previous session around enablement and engagement of all of these key people. All I really wanted to do today was to tell you about what Financial Force kind of does and how that can add value into educational organisations. This is the kind of premise that we talk about, and Krista was talking about digital transformation. You happy for me to
Of course,
talk through
Andy.
this? Yeah. We talk about, and I love this quote from the guy at MIT, Westerman. It's great. Just so simple. When you do digital transformation, it's about changing your organisation into a butterfly. It's about making a significant difference. It's not just making a caterpillar go slightly faster. And that's what we're talking about. The opportunities that technology now enables us to do are quite profound. We can change the experiences for our employees, we can change the experience for our students through the use of technology, and the impetus coming out of COVID is that people are looking to change, they're looking to make things differently, they're looking to embrace the virtual world much more than they ever have before, and people are opening it, they're accepting it with open arms. We don't see the resistance to change that we've historically had. People are willing to embrace technology much more than we ever have. Where does Financial Force fit into this thing? Well, if you look at all of the propositions that Salesforce has into the education space, they're all littered around here, and we sit right down in the very bottom corner, in this bit around where it says institutional operations. Okay, so we only offer little bits in there. To support some of what might typically be referred to as your back office things that are going on. So you deal with all of your students, we deal and we help Salesforce, we extend Salesforce to embrace some of those other sort of back office capabilities. So we like Salesforce a lot. We only sell to existing Salesforce customers, or we sell with Salesforce. Salesforce is an investor in Financial Force. In fact, our name, Financial Force, was given to us by Mark Benioff. So we've got a heritage. We only do things hand in glove with Salesforce. And I think the important thing is Salesforce does some really, really good things. All of our stuff is built on the Salesforce platform. It extends what Salesforce can do. So all of the things that we have just fill some of the gaps. Salesforce has got some really good stuff. All of these partners fill gaps in the Salesforce platform. And all I'm going to talk to you about today is a few of those examples that may be able to add value into your business. But by add value, what I mean is just make it simple. Where you can automate things, but do it in a way that is slick, that uses the same platform, that uses the same security model, that uses the same data model, that uses the same look and feel. If you can automate a process, make it look exactly like Salesforce, why not do it? It makes your life much easier, much simpler. And I'm just going to talk through a few examples around that. So we know and we love Salesforce. We love Salesforce. We love Salesforce. Okay, yeah, I can take that as a given. We love Salesforce, great. So what we know Salesforce offers is the bits on the far left-hand side, which is your marketing cloud and your sales cloud and engagement with student records and all that kind of stuff. And at the other end, they also offer the services element around managing help desks and all that kind of stuff as well. But there are some bits in the middle that they don't support, and that's where Financial Force comes in. So the first, we call it professional services automation. But if you're a business school, for example, you will be running commercial programs. You'll have some of your employees, maybe some contractors that you bring in as well, that may be delivering programs, they may be delivering projects with commercial enterprises. They might be doing things, they might be running activities that require them to take people from the organisation and place them out to do pieces of work. And you need a mechanism to find those people with the right skills, see if they're available, be able to manage the things that they're doing, the activities that they're going to be involved in, maybe some deliverables, milestones, things that they're actually going to be delivering in a commercial model. Salesforce can't do that on its own. And our PSA solution, as we call it, enables Salesforce to be extended to include those kinds of capabilities. Only if, you have to run projects and programs and those kind of activities. If you don't, it's of absolutely no value to you whatsoever. But it may be that there's a use case in your organization. Second thing, ordering product and inventory. So Salesforce has a concept of a product, okay? But it doesn't have a concept of stock. Doesn't have a concept of an inventory at all, Okay? So if you're a business school and you need to offer people equipment, you need to offer students some books, you might be running a leadership site that has outward bounds capabilities, and you need all sorts of resources to run a service. So Salesforce enables you to understand those products, but it can't actually physically get those things to you. It has no concept of, I've got 100 books in a warehouse somewhere and I need to get them out to some people. Financial Force does. All it does is it takes the existing Salesforce data model and adds into that data model the concept of stock so that you can buy things, so that you can manage those things and you can give them out to other people. So we're just extending the functionality that Salesforce does with some additional things. Okay. Again, may be relevant, may not be relevant, but it's there and it could extend all on platform, all looking exactly the same, but making the physical provision of stuff much easier, much more effective. Another example, billing. So if you are running a business school, there's all sorts of different ways that you'll be billing. You'll be setting up a billing contract for individuals, for businesses, for companies, all sorts of different ways in which you bill. It's typically a complex, horrible mess. So if you have a billing problem, then Financial Force probably will be able to address it by putting in place sort of the billing contracts that enable you to not just make sure that the right people are invoiced for the right things, but also, and perhaps most importantly, that you comply with things like revenue recognition rules, IFRS 15, which is a bit of a nightmare. I've got one customer called Into. They used to do their revenue recognition with a spreadsheet with 1,000 lines on it, color-coded. And they used to go through every single week, pick out all the pink ones and all the green ones and decide which ones of these they could invoice. And they would have students in a room, and one student and another student on the same course would have different revenue recognition rules because of the way in which they were going to be billed and all that kind of stuff. Nightmare. But they put in place our billing and revenue recognition capabilities and now can produce all of their bills and all of their revenue recognition with one button. The rest of it's all completely automated. And those are the kind of administrative processes, the seamless processes you can put in place as a result of having Financial Force and Salesforce all on one platform, all in one place, all looking exactly the same. You may not have a billing problem, but if you have, it'd be worthwhile having a chat with us. Underpinning all of this, there's a whole suite of financial applications as well. So you may already be using SAP. You may already be using Oracle. I spent 20 years there. Why you want to use Oracle, I do not know. But we offer a complete suite of financial applications as well, all the general ledger, AR, AP, cash handling, and all that kind of stuff. If you see value in having all of your customer, student, financial information all in one place, we can provide that for you. And a lot of organisations are very interested in that because it is quite attractive. Why? If we can skip on to the next one. Because it means you've got all that rich analytical information on top that Chris was talking about. So if you've got information about what you're doing, how you're engaging with your students, all of your operational activities, and all your costs, you've got a complete 360-degree view of the entire enterprise. And that means you can start making better decisions. Again, uses all of the same tools that Salesforce has. It just gives you a little bit more that may or may not be of some value. I think we've got a couple of customer scenarios. Yeah, so the first one I talked about was Into. That's the one with the spreadsheets. They have made 100% faster the revenue recognition they've been able to deliver. Single view of information across a whole chart of accounts. It's a fantastic transformational project they've been through. Harvard, they've been a customer of ours for a long time, running both the professional services piece because they've got a lot of their lecturers and other people that go out and do that kind of outreach and billable kind of work. IMD in Luzerne. Great organisation. Again, they've got, they use all the PSA and all the financial pieces. Not only are they doing all the invoicing, to individual entities, but they're also managing all of the activities associated with their, the people that are going out on site. So they're running all of their programs as billable activities, and they manage all of those activities all on platform, and have been doing so for years. Just a few quick examples, there you go. And that's it. That's our 15 minutes? Spot on? Good. So, stop me and buy one. Phoebe, any more that you want to say?
No, that was it. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, everybody, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy and Phoebe. And if you want to talk more about, are you staying? Yeah.
We have to nip off and then we're coming back.
Yes.
I'm
So
really
if you
sorry.
want to talk more, there is a coffee break, and then hopefully you'll be able to discuss more with them as well. Thank you so much once again. It was great to have you here. And it's my pleasure to introduce the next partner to talk a bit more about themselves. And they're not only they have a great product, but also I have a personal memory with them, because the first ever party that I've attended after having moved to the UK was a party by Own Backup. And it was absolutely great. So it's my pleasure to introduce Devinder, who will talk probably not as much about the parties, but a bit more about the amazing product that you have.
Thanks. Hi everyone, and it's good always to be remembered for a party. So hi everyone, my name's Devinder. I work for Own Backup. I head up our partnerships and alliances here with Own Backup. Quick history on myself. I've been working with Salesforce for a very long time, about 15 years or so. I've been working with Own Backup for about 4 years now, and been working with a number of education institutions as well, so we'll talk a little bit about some of those. Some of you may know Own Backup, some of you may not. Maybe just a quick show of hands, who in the room actually knows who Own Backup is? Okay, cool, so over half, so perfect, brilliant. Well, I'm just gonna talk about really kind of one of our core solutions today, and I'm going to talk about our backup and recovery solution. We do other things too, but really kind of backup and recovery is where I wanted to focus. So I'm just going to explain a little bit about why we actually need backup and recovery solutions for Salesforce. A lot of organizations will come to us and say, well, actually, doesn't Salesforce take care of that for us, right? We put all of our data into the cloud. Salesforce is secure. They have a very robust infrastructure. Everything's backed up. Why do we need another solution? Why do we need to do something ourselves? The answer is pretty simple. It's because it's a shared responsibility. What a lot of organizations don't realize is companies like Salesforce will put security and resilience into the cloud infrastructure. They protect the platform. They protect that infrastructure. But organizations using Salesforce own the data. It's your data. So you need to protect what you're putting into the cloud. And the reason you need to do that is because, you know, things can happen within the environment. You know, you've got your Salesforce environment, and typically what happens is you start out on your journey, much like Alva University have started out with Fluido. You know, you have a vision, you have a roadmap, and you start delivering on that roadmap. You may configure and customize what's in Salesforce. You are likely to integrate Salesforce with other technologies. You're likely to load data into Salesforce and migrate things into Salesforce, add all of your different users, and the users are going to have different profiles and permissions and different things going on. And typically, you're not just going to do that once, right? You're going to launch into a live environment, and it is a journey. So you'll be continuing to do things. You'll be continuing to innovate. Things will change in your environment. Requirements will come in. So there's always something happening in Salesforce. And the chances are that those things won't always go right 100% of the time. In fact, it's quite easy to get things wrong in your Salesforce environment. You know, sometimes we have end users, for example, with too many permissions. They can delete things, they can overwrite things. If you're a Salesforce admin and you're working with data loads, using a data load tool, again, it's quite easy to just put the wrong data into the wrong column and overwrite something you didn't intend to. Marketing teams uploading lists, and again, mistakes can happen. Integrations can go wrong. Bugs in code can cause things that are unexpected. A lot of the time, people don't actually know that these things are going wrong. But when they do happen, you can't just call Salesforce and say, hey, one of my integrations went wrong, or my marketing team loaded a file wrong. Can you just reset me back to yesterday? Salesforce obviously doesn't work that way, right? You've got hundreds and hundreds of thousands of customers on the same platform. There's a shared responsibility. As a customer, you need to have something in place to protect you from the mistakes that could come up in your own environment. So what does Salesforce offer? Salesforce offers a few different things to help in these types of scenarios. And what many of you who are using Salesforce will have completely out of the box, and it comes as standard with every Salesforce license, is something called the weekly export. The weekly export is essentially the ability for a Salesforce admin to log into your Salesforce environment and on a weekly basis download a set of CSV files with all of your data included. So that's what Salesforce kind of gives you as standard, as free out of the box. So there's a different CSV file for every object in your system. And if you imagine the more data you have, the more CSVs you're going to download. So that has a few problems. Firstly, there's lots and lots of data. Some organizations have told us it takes them more than a week to download that data because they've got so much of it. But secondly, you've then got to secure that data. You go to all of that effort of making sure Salesforce is a secure platform. You then download all of that data onto a spreadsheet. So you've got to make sure that spreadsheet is just as secure as Salesforce, which is not an easy thing to do. Then you've got to worry. I've got to mention GDPR. I know, Krista, you don't like those 4 letters, but you've got to make those spreadsheets GDPR compliant, right? If a customer comes along and says, "Where do you hold all my data?" or something happens and that data is used for something else, you've got to make it GDPR compliant. So again, that's another difficult thing to do. The key challenge with that is there's no easy way to get that data back into Salesforce. And I'll come on to talk a little bit more about that in a second. Some of the other solutions that customers tell us that they use is, we've got our own data warehouse, or we've got a SQL database somewhere. We'll just pull everything out of Salesforce and we'll store it somewhere, and we've got a backup, which is fine. You can do that. Again, you've got all of those things about security is generally taken care of, GDPR. But again, there's no easy way to get that data back into Salesforce. And the final one I'll mention is the data recovery service. So this was a service that Salesforce offered up until last year. This was really a last resort type service. So if, again, you had some kind of a data loss, you could call Salesforce and they would again send you back a complete list of CSV files with all of your data. And it was up to you to then figure out a way to put that back into Salesforce. That wasn't a great customer experience, and because of that, Salesforce actually retired that service. And Salesforce have now launched a new paid service, which is similar to ours, which is great because now Salesforce, along with us, are actually saying you shouldn't just be taking what's out of the box. And if you really care about your data, if your data is important to you, you should be doing something in addition about backing up your data. So I mentioned that it's really hard to get that data back into Salesforce. If you're using one of these spreadsheet-based solutions, essentially there's a number of steps you need to go through. Firstly, you need to figure out, when did I lose data? When did that integration go wrong, or when did that event take place? Then you need to figure out which objects were impacted, which related objects were impacted. If you actually delete an account in Salesforce, you're also going to delete any contacts, any opportunities, any activity, anything that sits underneath that. So what actually did I delete? Then you have to piece all of those relationships back together. The other challenge with that is if you actually delete things in Salesforce, I'm sure many of you will know, everything in Salesforce has a unique ID. So if you delete something and then you need to relate it back to stuff, there's another big challenge there, right? How do you relate something back if it doesn't exist? So doing that with spreadsheets generally takes weeks and is a very manual process, and usually it's pretty much impossible to actually recover or even know if you've recovered your data back into Salesforce. So why is this important, to organizations that use Salesforce? Well, firstly, if you don't have that data in Salesforce, there's a number of things you can't do. You can't actually use Salesforce in the way that you intended to use it, right? You've brought Salesforce in to transform, to automate your business, to integrate, to analyze what's going on. Without the data there, none of that's going to work properly. And if you think about, firstly, okay, I now need someone in my project team or in my IT team to spend a number of weeks working on a spreadsheet to actually restore that data. So there's a labor cost, there's a project cost, there's impact to other things going on in IT. Secondly, the data's not there, so your students can't access that data. How do you serve your students if the data's not in Salesforce? If you've overwritten or if you've lost personal student information, course information, information about what the students are doing, how do you actually serve those students across the university if the data's not there? Revenue impacts, right? And if it's a sales environment and we're losing opportunities, we can't recognize revenue. But again, if we're collecting revenue related to course fees, and again, that information is not there, we can't collect those fees. It's not done in a timely way. We can't integrate that back into our finance systems. There's a huge revenue impact as well. There's all of the operational disruption, right, while we're working on offline things, and it's just disruption across the business. So the idea is to minimize the amount of time it takes to get back up and running as quickly as possible. And doing something with a spreadsheet is just generally not the best way to do that. So that's why Salesforce generally recommend, if you care about your data, if your data is important to you, if it's running critical processes across the organization, you should be doing something more than what they offer out of the box to protect that data. So Own Backup has a solution for this. It's called Own Backup Recover. And what we offer is, firstly, automated backups of everything in the Salesforce environment. So it's very simple to set up, generally takes about 15 to 30 minutes to actually get up and running. It's hosted completely outside of Salesforce, and just with a simple login, you essentially connect to Salesforce and we immediately start backing up everything in Salesforce. Okay, so we back up all of the data, the metadata, the attachments, chatter feeds if you're using chatter as well. Everything goes into Own Backup. We maintain all of the relationships in the backups, and we continue to automatically back that up on a daily basis. So you could go back at any point in time and see exactly what was in Salesforce, yesterday, last week, last year. We then actually continue to monitor the backups. So prior to you actually having a data loss event, we'll monitor that for you, because we know that you've got better things to do than checking in the backup if something went wrong every day, right? So we're going to alert you to say, actually, things have been deleted, or things have been corrupted, or there's unusual things going on in your environment. And you can easily tie that back to, well, did we have a deployment that day? Did we do a piece of work? What actually went on? So we're going to monitor that and help you stay on top of it for you. But then the real critical thing is getting the data back into Salesforce. As I mentioned, using spreadsheets, it's very manual. You have to piece it all together. Own Backup just takes care of that with a click of a button. We'll show you exactly which relationships were impacted. You have full control over what you want to restore back into Salesforce. And with the press of a button, that will all just be back into Salesforce as if it never happened. So it's really eliminating data downtime in your environment. It's that simple. That's basically how it works. And that's really why organizations like Alto are using Own Backup as well. And of course, with all of that sensitive information, customers, organizations want to be confident that the data is being protected. I mentioned security. I mentioned what happens if you download spreadsheets. So any organization that works with us wants to make sure that we are at least as secure, if not more secure than Salesforce, right? Because we've got all of your Salesforce data. So we make sure that all of the accreditations, certifications, and everything are in place on our end to keep your data secure and protected. So that's essentially Own Backup Recover. And just one quick case study is University of San Francisco. I would have actually loved to use Alto University on my case study here, and I think we need to work on one, because we don't. The marketing people have all the ticks in the boxes yet to do that. But San Francisco University really looked at the data that they're holding on behalf of their students, and they recognise that they are the stewards of that information. They've got a due care and responsibility to protect that data, to protect the students ultimately from things that could go wrong in their environment. And that's the simple reason that they just felt that they absolutely needed something in place. So that's really everything on Own Backup Recover. There are other things we do. We've spoken about security. So if there are other topics around security or data protection or compliance or anything you'd like to speak about, feel free to just come and have a chat during the break. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Devinder. So yes, please do have a chat with our partners. They have amazing solutions. They have a lot to tell, and hopefully there will be great discussions. And now, as Krista said, that the main things are people and chocolates. Now it's time to bring the people to the chocolate. We have the coffee break starting now, and for those of you watching online, we will be back at 4 p.m. and there will be no schedule changes anymore. I'm really sorry for the previous ones, but so we'll be back here at 4 p.m. and we'll have the panel next. and welcome back to our event. So now we've changed the setting a little bit, and we're going to have a very interesting panel. So we have Kari, who you already probably know, who will lead the panel. Then we have Alan from the University of Edinburgh. Hello, Alan. And Ian from MuleSoft.
Everyone.
And I'll let Kari start with the panel and then probably, kick off the introductions and whatever you've planned for this session. But enjoy, and if we will be taking some questions at the end as well. So also, if you're watching it online, you could also type your questions in the chat and we'll try to address them. And of course, the ones of you that are in the audience, obviously we will also take the questions. Yeah. But yeah, here we go, Kari.
Fantastic, thank you. And welcome to this panel on the digital campus. So we already kind of broached the subject in the beginning when I was talking about that Salesforce has come up with a new solution for the digital campus, but like in this session I think we'll expand on that and talk about what the digital campus exactly is. What could the future digital campus look like? What are institutions doing today to sort of realize this vision of the digital campus, and what could the roadmap to the digital campus look like? And finally end up with talking about some of the challenges in realizing that and how to overcome them. But what I wanted to start off with is if you, Alan, and you, Ian, could introduce yourself, maybe starting with Alan, just to briefly introduce yourself to everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alva Hughes, and I'm currently CRM manager with the University of Edinburgh. In my long and varied career, because I am almost 105 years old, I've worked in local authorities, I've worked with public bodies, I've been a private sector consultant. I've worked in most organisations. I head up skills at the Funding Council for some time as well. My interest in education kind of spans right through my career. When I worked with Scottish Enterprise, I was involved in setting up modern apprenticeships and setting up effectively some of the first online modern apprenticeships and some of the first online methods for measuring those as well. So I've been at the university for coming on for 6 years now. I'm running building and creating the IRM system, which is really helping the university get a better understanding about its relationships, about the value of those relationships, and the value of all the people that it engages with, from students, from alumni, from business partners, and really maximising the benefit from it. One of the reasons I went to work at university, for an awful lot less money than I earned as a consultant, I have to say. I hope somebody from the university is listening right now. Is because I believe the university has the ability to be the best in the world. It has the ability to be reading against anybody, as long as it can get control of its data and understand the real value of the people that are there.
Thank you. Ian, if you can.
Yes, thanks, Alan, and hi everyone. So my name is Ian Cross. I'm with MuleSoft. I've been with MuleSoft for about 4 years. I spent the last 2 years focused solely on higher education, just spending every single day speaking to universities, all having similar ambitions and similar challenges, and it sounds like I'm about 70 years younger than Alan, so I don't quite have the same level of experience.
But only our mother can tell us apart. Seriously.
You're looking very well for 100 plus. But yeah, and I really enjoy working in the sector. I think we've seen, I think yesterday in some of the education summit, and again today hearing from Krista and the others, that there's a genuine ambition to really provide that experience, and I think it is very genuine. Universities really do care about their students and the wider communities. So I really like being in a position with Salesforce and MuleSoft to try and support those ambitions. I also just like, in comparison to other sectors I worked in a previous life, I really enjoy the sense of community within higher education. Yes, there's competition, as you've alluded to there, but there is a genuine kind of ecosystem of universities that like to engage with each other and help each other, ultimately to give people of all different backgrounds the opportunities in life, which are ultimately the people that we're going to depend on in the future, right? Because giving the education to these people who are hopefully going to be the future leaders in the world and take the world where it needs to go. So great to be with you all, and yeah, looking forward to hopefully speaking a bit more with you and getting some questions back and forth.
Awesome, thank you. And just to mention, we originally did have a fourth member or third member in the panel, Alec Bohr from Infosys, who unfortunately at the last minute had to cancel. So things happen, and we are now 3 people, but moving ahead with the the panel regardless. So I want to start off with kind of obvious maybe question or a simple question, maybe to to you first, Ian. So when we're talking about the digital campus, what do you, from your point of view, what do you understand that really mean?
Yeah, I think it's that's a big one and a broad one, but I think it's around the digital campus and the university kind of fostering that digital culture and ambition to make use and capture the data that they can get through these different interactions with the students and the wider community, and really make the effort to turn that data into kind of actionable insights to really, as we've heard from everyone today, talking about this personalized experience that you're really trying to drive for each and every individual student. And obviously personalization at scale is not a very easy thing to do, but that is ultimately how these universities kind of differentiate themselves from each other as well. And I think, yeah, obviously then we've seen yesterday in some of the examples, and again today we talk about, industries are the lines are becoming more blurred. So these universities and their campuses being in a position to interact easily with other sectors, whether it be healthcare or any kind of a sector, or third-party research companies that are going to be able to help them get to where they need to be. I think setting themselves up in that manner, and obviously the physical campus itself, right? There's so much data to be captured there, so that universities can make the best use of their premises. And how, I mean, there's a lot of new buildings created now, smart campuses, but a lot of the buildings and premises we see were built for a day where it was about libraries and private offices, as you alluded to, and we see that that's not necessarily the case anymore. Like, is there a better way of doing things? And I think ultimately it's kind of moving, you want to talk about extending that digital campus to really kind of these kind of virtual communities, which is actually what's really being created. So if you extend it past digital campus, what's really being created across the world are these virtual communities. And I think the universities being in a position, as I said, to make use of that data, because there is a lot of it, right? When you look back across the legacy systems, that yes, they're not easy to use and interact with at the moment, but there must be, and there is a lot of information there that's potentially gold for universities if they can find a solution. So it's kind of really around looking at, it's a broad answer, right, but it's a broad question. So I'm not sure if I've answered it, but it's about universities and their campuses being set up to capture that and make use of that.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. And it's an intentionally broad question because it's interesting to get different viewpoints. So is there something you'd like to expand on that, Alan?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the digital campus is more than additional meta real estate. It's somewhere that all the people involved in the university can get together. It's a place where you can bring alumni, you can have current students, you can have potential future students, you can have researchers, you can have professional services staff. You can bring them all together, and those guys, and them coming together creates a kind of potentially creates a unique content that adds some kind of additional value to the organisation as well. And I think that's one of the real sort of secret values of the digital campus, that it's a place where magic can happen, because people who don't get together normally can come together, interact, and we can see different things come together.
Yeah, I think on that as well, maybe a point I allude to is that when you think about it, and obviously the focus at the moment, because like the first things first, the product that these universities are delivering is an education. That's the first and foremost thing, and we're talking about the ability to do classes online and hybrid, etc. But if you think back to, I think for myself, when I think back about university and what it was, and we're talking about a digital campus and what was a campus-like experience, there was a lot more than just being in the lecture rooms. There's friendships, there's social clubs, there's sport, there's music. So like if we're talking about setting up a digital campus for the future, it can't just be focused on just learning, because the experience for the people that do have, for whatever reasons they can't be physically on campus, they shouldn't then miss out on a lot of the campus experience. So there should be a way that, it's not just enough to have the digital learning aspect, you've got to have the digital social aspect for people to be able to, as you've said, connect with people, that similar interests, but might not be on campus. It can't just be around when I remember being on campus, it was around the parties, the music, the potential few beers every now and then. But that's not unfortunately available to everybody now. So it's how do you cater for every single person?
And it's just not just the teaching and learning and socializing, it's also about the research, right? That's
exactly.
one of the key activities there as
I'm
well.
reminded of when I worked with Scottish Enterprise back in the early noughties. Yes, I know it's hard to believe I'm that old. I barely look 35. You know, it's, but back then, we were setting up sort of e-learning, a lot of different e-learning initiatives back in the year 99, 2000, 2001. And we had a talk from Boeing, who at the time, who'd a few years before had done a lot to put their entire engineering syllabus online, sort of following in the footsteps of like say Harvard, who'd put their entire syllabus online at that same time, and they were really surprised initially that they went from something like a 98% pass rate for engineers down to a 54% pass rate for engineers. They couldn't work out why. This at the time. I mean, okay, it was Flash we were using, but this is the best Flash learning you can possibly have. You know, everything's covered. It's fantastic. The animations are impeccable. Well, why are people suddenly failing these qualifications? And they hummed and they hawed and they took it apart and shook it and eventually someone had the bright idea of going and asking some of the engineers that were passing and some of the ones that were failing. And the solution was pretty simple and entirely non-technical. When engineers had gone to the plant previously and done their week-long course and sat the exam, at the end of the exam, every one of them got a big Boeing leather flight jacket with Boeing Certified Engineer written on the back of it. Totally cool, something straight out of Top Gun sort of thing. Fantastic. That's what you got. See, when you do the online one, you got a note saying, you've passed. And people were, it wasn't that people couldn't do the exam, but a lot of people thought, you know what, see if I fail this, maybe they'll send me. If I fail it enough times, maybe they'll definitely send me and I'll get one of their jackets. So immediately they changed the syllabus. When someone passed it online, there was actually a supply of jackets in whatever country they were in so they could have that sent to them. And immediately they were right back up there with it. And that's the thing about, you touched upon it, it's the additional things in it, it's the things you're not thinking about. And the only way to know about them is to ask the people. Ask people. Stop making assumptions. Tap them on the shoulder and say, what's the deal, guys?
Yeah. And those important incentives like leather jackets.
Yeah. Top Gun style.
Yeah, very good. What about if we talk about, I mean, you mentioned Meta there at some point in your answer, but what are some of the, I'm interested in your point of view, kind of, what are some of the key technologies or capabilities you think that are related to the digital campus? I mean, there's a lot of talk around, I think Ian, you mentioned smart campus and metaverse and all these others, but what are really kind of the key technologies from your point of view?
I think one of the things that will be really interesting moving forward is the use of AI in terms of predicting the future. No, it doesn't predict the future. It gives you a number of potential scenario plans. Gives you Edward de Bono always says, when you get to a journey and you look back on your path, it's really easy. You see it and you see exactly every turn you made. When you're in the middle of the woods walking that way, it's really hard to see where you're going. But predictive analytics weirdly gives you the ability to get to a virtual or a number of virtual ends of the journeys and look back and see how you get there. And I think that's a really powerful thing to do. It's not time travel, but it is. It's a way of seeing the future, of seeing the future potential. But by taking advantage of all this data you've got.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, obviously we've got someone up here from MuleSoft, so I'm going to say the importance of integration on it. But I think it really is. There's so many technologies out there. Obviously, you touched on them. There's AI, there's virtual learning, there's augmented reality, there's virtual reality, everything you can think of. But I still go back to, I think the point you made as well earlier, Christian, just how there's so much data there. So when you try to adopt in any of these new technologies, if you can't integrate it seamlessly or use the fuel, which is the data, to make those products work, then I'm just not sure that people or universities are really seeing the value out of it. So I would say the most important in this moment in time, from what I hear across the board, of speaking with universities every day, it's accessing our data. It's democratizing the data. So how can we use that to our advantage? I mean, maybe I'm a little bit biased, obviously here, but I just think that is probably the most important thing at the moment.
No, but I think to your point, something that we talked about with Krista is that even if you are looking at it as a university of sort of reducing the amount of systems by adopting platforms, you cannot possibly reduce that to one, right? So even in best case scenario, you would still have multiple different systems that you would need to integrate somehow.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, I would agree with that statement around the platform approach, and there's definitely no silver bullet. I mean, we're talking a lot here around technologies are out there, but I think when you see and you speak to people, there's no silver bullet, right, for some of these things. You're not just going to bring in a new technology that's going to change everything and give you the results you want, unless that technology can fit and align to your overall strategy, which includes your people and how they adopt it and how they use it. So. Yeah. Technology is one aspect of it, but it's again the biggest thing we see is process and people. How can you upskill your people? How can you make them understand and get them all bought into the same vision? So sorry if that's kind of again not a direct answer, but I think it's so important.
No, I have to underline that with Ian. I mean, for me, it's people, it's process, it's technology. Technology is an enabler. It's not the driver. It's not the driver. And one of the problems I think sometimes when people are selling to universities is that particularly companies from a technology angle come in and say, look, I've got the magic whizzing gizmo box, patented by Hughes. The magic whizzing gizmo box that can solve all your problems. That's not what people are looking for. You need to start with the people. Start with the people, because people create processes to solve problems. That's what they do. People naturally create processes. Now, granted, in a lot of organisations, universities included, the processes can be a little bit ski-whiff. And that's the area you potentially need to start looking at. In Scotland, between the ages of 7 and 16, between September and December, rather than doing five-a-side or something cool in PE, we learn Scottish country dancing. We all do, girls and boys, up and down the country, and we do it from 7 through to 16. And as a result, when any of us go to a ceilidh, people say, particularly friends from England or other parts of the world, they'll say, God, do you know how to do country dancing? We say, yeah, we did it at school. Yeah, we know about it. And then you watch us do it. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yes, we followed a process, but do we follow it? No, we don't. We don't. And a lot of the processes in organisations are a bit like that. There's something we learned in the past, but don't really reflect what we're doing now. So for me, that's the area that we need to concentrate on a lot of time. It's concentrating on those processes that the people have created, and then how we can use technology to enable those.
Yeah. Would you say it's people, process, and technology, or would you add data as the kind of fourth element of that?
I stick data in the middle of the triangle. Yeah. That's how I do it. When I'm doing my cool diagrams, if this was a lecture from Alva Hughes, I'd have the four in a triangle with data stuck in the middle, and I have to give an enormous nod of credit to one of my colleagues at Edinburgh, Jason Murphy, who initially used that and often gives me a hard time for not crediting when I mention those. So credit to Jason for that.
Yeah, I think it's so important, and I'm a person who works in technology sales, right? That's really what I do. And I think from the stories we've seen yesterday, and the beauty of working, and I proud to work with Salesforce and with MuleSoft, is because you see that it's so important that the technology does not define the strategy. It has to be the other way around. Like, the technology has to fit in with the vision and the strategy, and shouldn't actually be the total driver. The technology should enhance and support and get underneath the university and lift them up. So the biggest challenges we see is how can we help the technology ultimately affect their operating rhythm, which allows them to do things better and more efficiently and get to where they need to be. So the biggest challenge, I think, the way universities are typically set up, we hear about data silos, but we see massive amount of people silos because it's so project to project to project to project. And there's never really the luxury to sometimes slow down and say, hey, what are we actually building here? And let's start building like these assets that can be used and reused across a number of different digital projects, as opposed to just kind of constantly sprinting, to keep up with the pace of change, which is, as you mentioned, Chris, is getting faster and faster and faster. So I just think it's so important that the technology is very, very important, I think, but it should not define where the university is going. It should support it. It should be clearly see how is that benefiting the overall strategy of the university.
Yeah. So would you say that it's fair to say that you should kind of get those fundamentals right first, and then the technology is just a tool that you apply after you figure it out?
It's stability, isn't it? I mean, I was a change manager for years, and one of the first rules of change management, don't talk about change management. The second rule of change management, still don't talk about change management. The third rule of change management is that you really need to have a stable process before you can start making changes. Otherwise, basically you're taking bricks out the van and chucking them in the swamp, and you're calling that building a foundation because you just don't know where they're going, you don't know how deep it is, you don't know where to start. Stability is one of the key things. And there's so often in universities, in other organisations that I've worked in over the years as well, I worked extensively in further education as well, where people will attempt to use technology as a way of solving a problem. And it's not really solving a problem, it's solving a problem that hasn't been solved in the analogue world. And then we take how it's done in the analogue world and apply that to the digital, and then wonder why it hasn't made a difference. It hasn't made a difference because you didn't have the stable process in the first place, and you didn't have a solution in the first place.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Okay, so I want to maybe let's do a bit of an exercise next. So let's jump into the future. 20, 30 years into the future, and take a look at what does the future digital campus then look like. So we've talked about the technologies around the digital campus and what it is and so on, but what will it look like? So maybe, Alan, to you first. What do you think will be the most significant change to the campus from the point of view of the learner in this future campus?
Well, I think that the learner in a future campus will have the ability to almost entirely navigate their own journey, work their way around content and opportunities that are functioning independently within the digital and the real campuses, and pick up the high points and best elements of that. I think there'll be a change in the way that we examine students or exec ed or CPD as well, and how these things are assessed and monitored. I think that for digital campus to really take off, we need to start to think about how we assess and measure some of these things. I think it's wrong. Years ago, I was involved in a thing for the Scottish Qualifications Authority called the PASSET Advisory Board, which was about like online assessment and how these things initially developed. And I think we've really come on an awful lot since then. I think we're still at a kind of a bit of this sort of the same spot with it. I'd like to see something a little bit more innovative being part of that process, and maybe it relating back more directly to experience than magically hitting a percentage or a number of page turns on a course.
Yeah, no, not much to add at all. I agree. I think it's really around getting a stage to where the university is in a genuine position to offer full-blown kind of choice for the student to work in the way they want, and there's no kind of constraints or restrictions based upon any kind of processes or any kind of systems or any kind of limitations that can potentially hold back that choice for the person. So I think the digital campus might not look ultimately different physically and stuff, but it's about really around the students, as you said, really being like that, being fully in control of their own journey, and the university in a genuine position to facilitate that.
And I think when we talk about digital campus, we think about it in the virtual world, I think that'll include physical changes as well. I mean, somewhere like Edinburgh, we've got a number of institutes. We've got the Edinburgh Futures Institute coming together just now. We've got the Usher Institute looking to take a physical presence. We currently have the Bayes Institute there. One of the things that all these institutes have in common, as well as their interest in data, a fairly sort of futurist approaches, is that they all have incubator spaces. They all have places where they bring businesses in, businesses that are exposed to academics within university, that can engage with them, that can help academics contribute to something that's practical and links into the business, which then improves their teaching, because their teaching examples become up to date, current, and actually reflect something that's in the now. It makes for an all-rounded improved approach, not just for the students here, but for academics as well. Academics that have a better link to society, whose work is more widely understood because it can link back to society and to various aspects of it as well. And through that meta version of what we have in the physical, more people can physically visit that, can physically understand that, can be exposed to it as well. So in the end, the ultimate benefit from it is multiplied.
Yeah, You mentioned metaverse campus or metaverse a few times now. Do you think it's something that we'll see, that there will be almost a metaverse campus for every campus? Is that a technology that will be adopted in the future? I mean, some institutions are already kind of in the US, for instance, looking into building metaverse campuses.
I don't know if you've ever used the Oculus. Anybody who's used the Oculus, how scared were you by that man who hides in the shed on that? Oh wow, it's terrifying. But when you've been scared by the man in the shed by an Oculus, as I have on a number of occasions, that makes me sound like a wrong sort of person. I'm really not. But once you've been scared by that man in the shed like that, you can't deny that we're going down a line where we're going to have that kind of metaverse experience, where we're going to have the ability to interact with people physically, both physically and virtually. And when I look at the difference between, myself as an 11-year-old boy programming a ZX Spectrum from a rubbish magazine called Our Computer, which always had bugs in it. There was a game called Hunchback that I must have spent a huge portion of my teenage life trying to get it to work. I never ever could. But yeah, when I look at the graphics, when I look at the approach there, and then I look at the man hiding in the shed. Wow, it's that's just like that's 35 years, and we're getting faster in terms of that now. What's the next 10 years look like? The man comes out of the shed, hides under my bed, hands me my old Spectrum. Oh my goodness, this is terrifying.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't see why not. If you look, you are seeing it in the States already, as you've said, and as I mentioned earlier, things like virtual reality, augmented reality, and I think that's just the way it is. I think the demands keep on coming, and technology almost pushes those demands as well. But if you look at just where we're approaching now in life, right, there's more and more of those kind of digital natives now approaching university years. If you push on another 20 years, these are people that were born with mobile phones in their hands and everything digital ever since. So you look across other industries like gaming and look like, if you hear now of people who met and got married via completely meeting virtually and online, I think it's just going to become more and more natural for people to have complete life online as well as offline, and that's only going to become more and more to the fore.
Yeah. That's actually when you mentioned mobile, being born with the mobile in your hand, and that's actually one of the questions that we had from the audience before the event. That's how do you see the sort of mobile experience, and how will that be part of the future digital campus? Will that be sort of we're already looking at generations that are sort of like understanding that services need to be mobile first. And is that going to be even more important in the future, or is that going to be replaced by something else, do you think?
I mean, I think that it will develop. It will continue to develop. I mean, access to most people, learning for most people actually isn't something they do at a university. Isn't something they do at a college. Learning for most people is something they do with YouTube. It's I don't know how to fix this DVD player. I don't know how to fix this Xbox. I don't know how to fix my iPhone. I've become this like crazy kind of weird micro engineer by doing YouTube tutorials and taking iPhones apart. I'm like somebody at Mission Impossible now. That's the most recent piece of learning that I did, and that's when I go back to what I mentioned earlier about accreditation. The fact is, I know how to do that. There isn't weirdly a VQ, a module, or indeed a degree in taking anybody's, and all comers welcome, taking anybody's iPhone apart to fix whatever niggly-naggly thing you think's wrong with it. But that's my most recent experience of learning.
Yeah, no, I think the short answer is yes. I think mobile will. It already is. Like, there's already a lot of universities that have great mobile applications up and running. But I think the expectation and the demand is only going to get further towards that type of direction. I think just the way we work and move now in all aspects of life. I mean, mobile phones really are critical, like to every human being now. I think I use it for literally almost everything I do. I probably don't go 15 minutes without looking at it because I need to in some form of aspect. And we talked earlier around how things are more mobile now, like offices aren't what they used to be. People are on the move constantly and going. So I just think it's imperative that your mobile app is is up to speed with everything else you have, and probably sometimes your first line of defence or your first way of engaging with students. I mean, in regards to any stage of the student life cycle, I think it's only going to become more and more important.
Yeah, that's true. So we already kind of touched upon this, and I think it's fairly obvious that if we have more and more sort of digital services in the future, in the digital campus, that means that the role of data will be more and more important than ever before, and there will be more data than ever before. And I guess understanding that data better also is a key role. I'm wondering, kind of, this is something you already mentioned, Alan, at least, the role of artificial intelligence. How do you see that in the education experience in this future digital campus?
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I mentioned before. I mean, it's about. I think the sort of predictive analytics side of things is really interesting. The ability to help us create future scenarios. Scenario planning was a thing that was really cool numbers of years ago when I was in Scottish Enterprise, but it's had a bit of a resurgence recently, and I think that the AI can help us analyse data to come up with multiple future scenarios in terms of scenario planning, and then work our way back and see what opportunities are. Really start to think ahead of where learners are, of where partners are, of where staff are, and actually develop something that fits in with them slightly before they've thought of it themselves. So almost clearing the pathway for new opportunities. And that's where I see it happening. The other obvious area for it is potentially freeing up more time for people by getting rid of some of the interaction that you might think is lower value. But before you do some of that, I think you want to really look at what you're getting back from that interaction, because a bit like the bow and jacket, I think sometimes there's elements that are not being captured but are adding value to the learner.
Mm. Yeah, no, I think I'd be just echoing a lot of what Alan just referred to, but I think I said earlier as well, like it's just the way things are going. AI is becoming more prominent across every single industry, and even in classroom, and new technologies and new endpoints and new areas to capture this data and do stuff with it. I think it's just going to become again like more and more to the fore for these universities. I think everything's pointing that direction, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Alan, I think this is a question more towards you, but as your role sort of a CRM manager of Edinburgh University, I'll be interested in hearing, and I think many would be in your views on kind of what do you see is the role of CRM in the future digital campus and university? I mean, today kind of many times you see that education institutions, they have their SIS and then they have a CRM, and they are separate systems and both hold data on the student, for instance. But how do you see that? Is that going to remain the same in the future, or is the role of CRM going to change?
I think CRMs are critical in universities. I think that it's really important across multiple aspects of it, whether it's about partnership engagements, about industry engagement, whether it's about managing alumni, whether it's about engaging with students, or whether it's about the whole kind of marketing approach in general. Having that information and understanding it is critical. One of the most interesting things I heard yesterday at the Sales Conference, I can't remember who was it that mentioned it. They talked about higher education has been swimming with Excel spreadsheets. That's something that really resonated with me, in terms of data that's not on my system and that's not on other systems. And the more organisations that I've spoken to across the board, the information that's out there but that's not captured, not codified, and stuff that's really potentially valuable, stuff that could really make a difference in terms of where you turn as an organisation or the areas that you look at. And I think that the CRMs offer a safe way for the organisation to come together. One of the biggest issues about sort of siloed data, I suppose, is that people feel that when they put it out there, they lose the power, they lose the, it's. When I was a kid, I read a book by a woman called Ursula Le Guin called The Wizard of Earthsea. You know, I love it. It's fantastic. It's my favourite book ever. You know, and Gage, you know, and the power of his name, and oh man, it's fantastic. Well, people sometimes look upon their data like that. You know, it's like keeping your name secret because once it's out there, more people know about it, more people could use it. And what a CRM does is it almost lets everybody put that in there. You still get what you want from it, you still get what you need from it, but more people can see it, more people can draw additional value from it without you losing the value you've got. When I was a relationship manager with Scottish Enterprise, we developed a relationship management system, and everybody was really suspect about using it because it was like, no, I'm giving you my magic, my essence. And it was just terrible. And I was one of the first guys to say, you know what, here's every contact I've got. You can have all of them. Because you know why? Because even though that tells you who they are, who their partner is, who their assistant is, when their birthday is, the last time I spoke to them, the kind of areas they're interested in, when you phone them up and say, hi, I'm a random guy from Scottish Enterprise, I've just looked at all your details here and I want to speak to you, they'll still go, nah. When I phone up, they'll go, I'll say, Brian, is that? And they'll say, Alan, no problem at all, because he knows me, because beyond what's in the CRM is my relationship. And that's the additional value that you always still have. And that's something that I always say to people who fear the idea of CRMs, the idea of giving away your name, of giving away what you are, is that you never really give that away. If you really genuinely if you have a relationship with somebody, then you don't care who knows about it. And that's as true in business as it is anywhere. You know, if you have a relationship with someone, you don't care who knows because you have that relationship. It's the people who don't have the relationships that tend to be more. Their relationship involves having your phone number. You know, it's like I have a relationship with them and you can't have one either. Yeah, and that's a different thing. So I'm always naturally sort of suspicious when people want to sort of not be involved in it.
Yeah.
Again, sorry, I've gone off on a crazy rant there and brought in the Wizard of Earthsea. So I apologise.
No, that's well said. But now I want to take us back from the future to the present and maybe move over to you, Jan, on this next question. So, what would you say? I mean, you at Microsoft, you work with several different educational institutions, and I think it would be interesting to hear what are some of the examples of things that educational institutions are doing today to build and realize this future digital campus.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think as I said, my main space is understanding, helping these universities, how we can understand to help them with their data and their integration challenges and whatnot, because I think whilst integration admittedly isn't always the most exciting topic, right? And I think there's been a moment where I met a number of CIOs at UCISA a couple of weeks ago on MBS, but there's just been a moment where they're like, all right, if we look horizontally across these 20, 30, 100 digital projects going on at once, the one thing that's definitely happening across all of them is the need to move data and connect systems together. Therefore, that requires a more kind of strategic approach. And what we see at the moment is a lot of point-to-point, and as I said earlier, the culture is very project-driven. Like we're going to finish our project on time because someone's screaming at us, and we don't really care what's going on over there. So we challenge them to stop. And there's loads of technologies, great technologies out there that will allow you to connect systems together faster. But we kind of stop and challenge them to think more strategically. Okay, like we say, we talk about APIs as being those building blocks when you're building an integration. And that's what they should be. They should be strategic building blocks. A lot of the time universities come to us around 9 times out of 10, they'll probably start looking at their student record systems, right? The amount of integration and data that needs to come back and forth out of that is a real difficult starting point. So as I said, we'll work with them, understand where they need to go, right? There's a lot of talk the last few days, which is great, around conceptuals. And you try to bring that back to, okay, well, what do we do today? Like where do we start today? How do we start building out this value and recognizing it? And a lot of that comes, like I said, having, well, firstly, a partner and a platform that can help you do that. But if you don't have that kind of culture and that vision and strategy built into that, it's very, very difficult to do that successfully. So we're working with universities to really help them do that, because what we find is we end up with a lot of different bottlenecks. And as I said, we know about the data issues and the legacy modernization and the legacy systems, but what also goes hand in hand with that is the people skills and people bottlenecks. Every single conversation we have is we see center of excellence is around integration and the ability to get the data out. And what that ultimately leads is, we have to go and knock on Central IT's door to say, hey, we've got a digital project we need to start. And they're like, yeah, get in line, mate. There's another 15 in front of you, And then what leads to that is, oh no, we can't, we got to start today. And that might lead to some shadow IT going on, or, then you come into security issues and everything else. So how do you stop that, right? And our methodology around the people aspect is as we really help them to build these cross-functional teams, right? It can't just be central IT that own this, okay? The business have got to be involved. The different lines of business IT have got to be involved, and they all got to be brought on that journey together. And that's where we kind of really help them understand, okay, where are the opportunities? If we're talking about a student record systems, okay, what are the first 5, 6, 10 key APIs we can build that will help you now on project 1, but you'll also be using on project 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and stop doing this kind of ad hoc point-to-point approach that is ultimately leading to a lot of, it's brittle, it's difficult. There might only be, like I said, 2 people in the organization. Some of the systems are so old, those people might be close to retiring, and those skill sets aren't in the market anymore. So how do the universities, remove these risks from them? And that is how what they do is they create these assets, we refer to them as APIs, and we have our API-led approach, and they then become university assets that are very, very easily consumed in what's similar to an iTunes store, right? Because that's what people are using these days. You're going to go find something, go look for the app. And that is kind of what we're seeing. But that does revolve the real paradigm shift in the mindset of how we're going to do it, because a lot of this is, if developers are like, if I didn't build it myself, then it's not good enough. There's a lot of trust that has to happen, and everybody's got to be on that same journey together. And it's a very difficult thing to do. But there's probably a lot of universities set in the last couple of days saying, okay, this all looks great. How do we start? Where do we start? What do we do? And that's where really we sit down with them and kind of understand what's the strategy, where are the priorities, and how can we start helping you, complete these projects faster and in a way that makes more sense operationally as well. So,
sound familiar to you, Alan? Sound familiar to you, this from your point of view?
Yeah. No, there's a lot of truth in what it says.
I hope so. I spend every single day. I do nothing else but speak to universities all day long. So I'm learning.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think? Maybe Alan, if you could. Yeah. Over to you first, is that what do you think are some of the key initiatives that every institution should be looking at from the point of view of kind of realizing this digital campus?
I think I'll go back to repeat something Chris has said, something that I've said a number of times here. Speak to people. Speak to people. Don't whatever you do, let some lunatic go off and sit in a cupboard and dream up this by themselves. It will be messy, it will not work, it will be positively irrelevant, if not right away, at least within a few moments after that. Speak to people, engage with your current student body, engage with your prospective student body, engage with alumni, find out what's important to them. Why are they still in contact with you 5, 10, 15, 55 years after? What is it about the relationship they have with you as a university that's valuable? Is it the networking? Is it the prestige? Is it the ability to contribute to student projects? Is it the ability to offer placements? Is it the ability to get involved in research? Is it the ability to have access to researchers? And what is it? What is it about the relationship for those alumni, for those prospective students, for those current students? What are the important things? And then, critically, you mentioned your happy staff and happy staff and happy customers. Ask your professional services staff, ask your academic staff. What is it that's important to them? Where do they see the value? When I was doing change projects and was a change manager, I used to get in trouble sometimes. I still get in trouble actually, wherever a lot of the time. But I used to get in trouble for a different thing then. I used to get in trouble for saying, does anybody know what's in this for me? What's in this for me? They'll say, well, this is really important to the organisation. Yes, it is really important to the organisation. The organisation has been here for nearly 500 years, and I'm glad about that. What's in it for me? Why is this good for me? What is it that's, why is my day better because of this? No, it's just some glib thing about you're doing good and world peace or whatever. No, which is a good thing and it is important, but you know what? But what's the actual nub of it? Why is my day better tomorrow because of this? And that's something you need to get from everybody. You need to understand that. And when everybody understands the what's in it for me of a change story, then the change story can become more than a story. It can become something that is a physical reality because everybody sees that this is a fight that they all have a dog in, they all have skin in, that they all have the something to gain from this actually succeeding. Something more than the kind of glib, it'll be good for the organisation, and that'll be good for us all, which is noble enough. But you still need to finesse that with and here's the what's in it for me.
Yeah. Yeah, to kind of bring it back again to our previous session with Krista and what she said, it's focus on the people, and make sure that you have that vision clear, what you're moving towards, I think.
Yeah, I think as well, completely. And I think you mentioned there as well, that the change in the relationship between IT and the business, it's in every organisation. We often see differences in opinion, but it's that collaboration piece, right? Because what we see at the moment is, and what I see every day is that, if you looked at it from the business side, they would do everything tomorrow, right? They want to be the university that's doing everything, right? But IT will always tell you that's also not realistic. But sometimes if you look from the other end, you might get a little, I think you referred today around resistance to change if IT led everything. There's got to be a medium there where everyone's working towards the same thing, and change the way IT are supporting the business. Because what I see at the moment is it's very much a delivery aspect. The business comes screaming, we want something and we want it yesterday. And whereas what you want to have is IT really enabling that change, right? By being on the same page, working towards the same strategy, and understanding the role IT plays towards the overarching strategy together. So I just think that relationship and the people aspect is absolutely critical, that everybody's on that journey together. So
I'd like to reiterate that as well. I mean, one of the great successes of the RM project with us is our business owner. Let's be honest about it. Projects run exclusively by IT tend to be not that great. They are what our science fiction horror films are made of in a lot of cases. We've all been involved in it. I look out there, I see faces of people who know they've been involved in projects like that. But having a good business owner, somebody who has equipment, has understanding, who doesn't have all, or in some cases any of the technical answers, but has the ability to understand what the business requirements are and play that back in a way that helps inform and manage the service or initiative. That's really critical. And in Edinburgh, we had a great business owner in terms of the RM with Dr. Brendan McGuckin, ex-NASA scientist, a phenomenal physicist, and a guy who really knows the whole idea of the business, the business of the university across the board with it.
What do you think will be the sort of key capabilities in making the digital campus a reality that the institutions need to kind of own up on themselves or develop internally? I mean, like IT capabilities or business development capabilities or so. What are they kind of? Maybe Ian, starting from you, kind of from your point of view, because you said you worked with obviously different institutions, and you bring to the table sort of your understanding of the importance of data and interconnectedness and working across those business and technology silos. But what do you think are kind of the things that institutions should look into themselves?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because no one's sitting here undermining the difficulty of the task, right? I feel like sometimes it's almost to sit up here and say, hey, let's just do that. Why don't you just do it that way? It sounds almost like condescending, because it's very smart people here we're talking about, right? Some of the brightest in the world that are trying to find a solution to this. But I think there's just got to be a moment where, and it is happening, I can see it, and maybe the pandemic, as we all know, did speed up the need for these type. And a lot of these universities, let's not forget, were already on their journey. They were, in fairness, before the pandemic, universities were trying to do these things and were already succeeding, and the pandemic maybe speeded up. But I think there's we still hear around, legacy modernization holding us back, systems holding us back. I hear universities that are so afraid to touch their student record system, they just won't. Any singular system or any kind of technology should not be defining your strategy. You've got to have that courage and that saying, look, we cannot continue like this. We have to just address this now if we're going to look at how we're going to do things differently in the future. If we want to be agile, we want to future-proof ourselves. And if one thing we've learned the last 2 years is you can never fully future-proof yourself, right? There's always going to be a surprise, and changes are coming thick and fast. But what you can do is maybe set yourself up in a way that is allowing you to be in a more agile position, or be more reactive, or take opportunities where they come. And the way I see current technology landscapes set up, and in some universities, not all universities, some universities, the mindset is still, hey, that's just how we do things around here. And there's got to be a moment in time where we accept, hey, we've got to tackle our student record system, or whatever that system might be, and say that can't no longer be the handcuffs that are holding us back on doing some of these digital projects. So I think, in terms of what I think universities need to do, I think you also have to have a little look inwards and then challenge the likes of us and Salesforce and MuleSoft to tell you how we're going to get there. You know, you lean on your partners. That's what your partners are for. It's not something that a university should just be owning by themselves. We're the partners that should also help them get there. So I think that's probably what I would say.
I would say that this is true of universities. This is true of a lot of organisations, not just universities or colleges. The understanding that a lot of what they're doing is iterative, easy for me to say, improvement, and with iterative improvement, you get to the end of the runway quite quickly. You know, innovation often involves taking the problem and thinking about what the result you want is and doing something different to get that result, not just doing what you were doing faster, quicker, slightly slicker with a few stages moved out and moved on. It's about actually creating something different to solve a problem, or in some cases screwing the pull up into a ball and throwing it away and saying that's actually the wrong problem there. That's something we don't need to deal with. And that's not just true for universities, that's true for most organisations. You know, you talk about legacy systems. I worked in financial services for quite some time. There is some large financial organisations that we'll all be familiar with who have legacy systems that are older than I am, and I'm a 52-year-old man. You know, so worry about that. You know, that's not universities. That's financial services organisations, who we all think of as being at the cutting edge of technology and everything else. You know, they have legacy systems that are like that. They might have a lot of padding on the front of them, but when you take it off, there's a green shining light beneath that. You know, there that's actually powering everything. Yes.
Yeah, that's well said. One of the topics that we've discussed earlier today as well, and I think is very kind of linked to this idea of the digital campus, is kind of the role of security. How do you see that will the role of security kind of be even more important? Because I know we've read reports that, for instance, that education is today, I think, globally one of the sectors that is sort of most attacked by malicious actors, and obviously with the increase in different digital technologies, that the opportunities to do that will probably rise even more. So how do you, maybe starting with you, Alan, is there something, for instance, that the University of Edinburgh is doing specifically across?
Well, I mean, at University of Edinburgh, we've got one of the top sort of cybersecurity guys in the country, a guy called Gary Scobie. Hello, Gary, if you're watching. And with somebody like Gary and his boss Alistair Fenimore in place, the kind of continual information they're passing at the university, the continual monitoring of changes, the access that we have to more information about what's happening, about what could be happening, about what the future potentially holds with it. And again, a lot of that comes down to kind of almost like disaster scenario planning, understanding the kind of miserable what ifs, as opposed to the positive what ifs we talked about earlier on. Then we're able to equip the users, whether that be students, whether that be alumni, whether that be business, whether that be professional services or academics, with the tools to recognise and understand. You're never going to get anything. You're never going to get it 100% right. The bottom line is that this is, and I'm stealing this line from Gary, who possibly stole it for somebody else, but they just need to get it right once. And that's the trick with it. All you can do is put as much information out there with your user groups to attempt to make that as difficult as possible. But listen, you're speaking to a man who's theoretically a professional who has on a number of occasions been utterly duped by things that really looked like they were true. A number of years ago, I lost about $1,000 off of something that sounded like it was Virgin Media telling me that it wasn't. It was a bad man. It was and I'm not an intrinsically stupid person. It happens, and I'm utterly aware. Utterly aware of these things. So I mean, it's a case of best endeavour to a lot of cases. There will always be fraud. We talk about online. We talk about the digital like it is a magical cave filled with things that have never happened before. When there wasn't online, when there was just markets, people nicked stuff off you when you walked through them. People took your stuff. When you left your house, people broke in and they still do take stuff out of it. It's just another way that you can get sort of filled in effectively, and that's how we've got to treat it. It's part of the natural landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a very simple answer. Security is just going to always and should be the first thing nearly that comes to mind, because I think, as Alan just alluded to, that's just the way the world is. There's the malware, the attacks that are happening every day. There's just those people in the world. Unfortunately, I actually had my laptop and everything stolen from me recently in London, which was not a nice experience, but these things happen. Yeah. I think from a MuleSoft perspective, I think to talk around how we address it is that everything is got security. Even with the way everything is designed, security is first in mind. So I don't know how many people are aware of our API-led approach with the different APIs, but every single API has its own built-in security and governance to ensure that there's absolutely, everything is as secure as possible. And we've been taken through the ringer on that by the federal in the US. I don't know if people saw earlier near Salesforce and MuleSoft talking around the work they did for NHS, for track and trace, for the pandemic. And obviously that's extremely sensitive data and was a real target for hackers and other malware attacks. So I think, it's got to be kept completely front of mind, because that one split second or that one time you get it wrong, suddenly you're held hostage for a lot of money.
Yeah, and as Alan well put it, you can never be 100% secure. You can never remove that human element from the equation, I think. But finally, one last question to you both. What would be your one key tip for anyone in the audience on how to make the digital campus a reality? Starting with you.
It's hard to suggest something that hasn't been already mentioned today, but I still feel like you can have all the technology in the world, right? And just doing things a different way with a new technology will lead to the same probably challenges and bottlenecks. If you want to ultimately change the way you're working, it's got to start with the people, and ultimately they got to be on that journey and bought into the same vision. Like I said, if the biggest challenges we see across higher ed are not even though it is difficult, the technology is difficult, it's that changing people's ways of working and having that kind of seamless operating rhythm, or taking advantage of those opportunities where they can make improvements. But it all starts with the culture and the people. And unfortunately, I think, like I said, it's just the nature of the beast and the way university is. Semesters move quickly, there's clearing, there's exams, everything is all very fast, and it comes thick and fast, and there's curveballs every day. But you've just got to ensure that every single little task you do has got to feed straight back into what your overall strategy is. You can't just have a strategy up here at the top end, and then when you look under the covers, we're still doing things in a very tactical manner. You got to have that strategy. Everyone's got to be bought in, and call departments out, work together. Where you're not applying best practice. We've often had the conversation when we're working with our partners, and they say, "Oh, we've got a really time-sensitive project that's happening." Okay, well, let's not move away from what our overall goal here is. We made an agreement together. This is what we're planning to do. This is the future, and ultimately you have those principles and stick by them as much as possible.
Yeah, thank you. What about you, Alan? One thing.
Well, this is weird. I'm going to share something here I probably shouldn't. When you said that to me, I can't help myself sometimes. I really can't. But when you said it to me, about how you make it go, I in my head just got an image of Keith from The Prodigy starting Firestarter. Start. You've got to start something. Strategies are great. Plans are great. They're fantastic. Start something. Go and just start something. Start something and watch it grow. Just like the fire in Firestarter. That's what you need to do. We can spend an awful lot of time staring at our own navels. It's easier for me. My navel sticks out further. But we can spend a lot of time staring at ourselves and just what will we do? Let's have another strategy. Let's have a working group. Do something. Actually physically do something. Start it. And you know what? It may be rubbish. It probably will be rubbish. But you know what? Once that first one's rubbish, you can then improve it. One of the things that happens with Toyota is, every time there's a production run, at the end of the day, they check the problems and countermeasures sheet. And you know that they do that because one day they hope to find a production run that has no problem identified in the problems and countermeasures sheet. Now, some people have mistakenly done that. Guys who run on those lines have said, you know what, we had no problems today. they don't do it anymore, because when that happens, they come down, and it's like, you know, in Monsters Inc. when a child's like sock comes through from the other world. You know, it's like that. A team descends and takes the line apart to try and find out, is this genuinely the first ever perfect production run? Yeah. So you learn more from failure than you do from success on a lot of occasions. So just do something. Think Keith, think The Prodigy, think Firestarter.
That's well said. Thank you, Alan. That's a great quote to end on, I think. Yeah. So thank you, Ian. Thank you, Alan.
Thanks very much.
Thank you to the audience as well.
Thank you. Oh, fantastic.
Thank you for being part of this.
Thank you so much.
Discussion.
Thank you.
I think it was a really great one. We do not have the questions online, but if we could have maybe one question in the room, if there is one. If not, then we could continue the conversation at dinner as well. So then I guess both of you are coming, so then we can talk there. Okay. Well, thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess we will switch to... Yep, no questions. So we'll switch to the next part, which is... If my slides get to work... Sorry, technical. Yep. So the next part is a customer story of Alva University, which part of it you already heard what we've done, and we now also have a very nice video that we made together with them. So we could start with that, and then Kari will have a digital chat with Patrick that I will try to facilitate from the video perspective. So let's do that.
Alva, it's an inspiring place to learn. We are a combination of 3 different fields: arts and design, business and economics, and engineering.
One of the major challenges was to unify those different ways of working, different systems, and also different approaches how we serve our customers, meaning our students. So that needed to be put into a common mold that then represents the new thinking of Alva.
But we seek for ready-made solutions, because practically everything that we need is somewhere already tested. Salesforce, of course, seemed very exciting as we visited some of the foreign universities that were utilizing the system. Like, wow, really, you get the information and the analytics for the better use and for the student support. And then from the implementation partner, of course, the expertise was key element.
For us, it was very important that we get a vendor, a strategic partner that has a lot of experience, is highly qualified in what they have been doing, and that they have a great staff and also knows this sector where we are working. So it was really important to have a vendor that understands what we are doing.
The collaboration has really been active. It has worked well. If we have had challenges, we've been able to openly communicate each other of those and seek for solutions.
There are many things why I could recommend them, but I think the most vital part of is that they really took time, and they also had understanding about what it means to be in the education sector, but at the same time they also took the time to listen to us, that what are ours and what we want. That is really something unique. And of course the skill set been absolutely fantastic. I think that in a nutshell, I really would say that was the key element, and which I'm really happy that we have had Fluido on board.
Fantastic. So we had a chat with Patrick around Alva University, and he wasn't able to attend in person here, but what we did is that he answered the questions via video. And I asked him 3 different key things. about the transformation. So first off, obviously, I asked him that how did you get started on this journey? That where did it start? And this is what Patrick said.
Hi, my name is Patrick Mautus. I'm the chief architect from Alva University. How did we get where we are today? Well, we started with a gap analysis of our services, our service capability towards our students. That was the first thing we did. The second phase was that we tried out different technologies and looked based on the market study that what can we do, what is possible today, and how does the future in that area look like. The third thing was that you actually dry run a real proof of concept to see whether you actually can deliver what looked like a promise, but at the end should actually be something that we need to deliver. And of course, you then select the best available technology and the best available partner that will help you transform the ideas into reality.
And the second question that I asked Patrick then following this is that what, from his point of view, were the sort of key success factors in the engagement with Fluido that made the entire transformation possible?
There are three simple key success factors for our strategic transformation. The first one being the commitment of our management to take the approach for a common platform. Also the commitment from the partner to be a strategic partner for Aalto. The second one being the engagement, building an inclusive community and build that around the one single platform. Also involving the staff to be part from both sides, from the partner and from Aalto, to be part of the development. The third and final success factor has been the understanding. Our understanding that we share with our partner and the partner sharing their understanding of what we need to achieve. That is a very, very important part to have this relationship with the partner and sharing the common cause, the common goal to be achieved.
And finally, I asked Patrick that what would be his recommendations or insights to other educational institutions who are starting their own journey or already on it.
I have 6 insights about our transformation that I can share with you. First one, do your homework about the landscape you operate in. Secondly, understand your organization vision and strategy for short-term goals and long-term goals. 3, make the gap analysis based on needs, not the wants. 4, make a mapping for must-have and required competences for doing it. 5, be aware that your old organization model will not support the new way of working. So prepare for business culture change. And finally, the 6th recommendation, be positive. Change is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kari. Thank you, Patrick. I think Patrick was following the live stream at some point.
I think Patrick
today.
is following the live stream.
Yeah.
I had a message from him earlier, so very good. But thank you to Patrick for those insights.
Did we have some time for questions if anyone wants to talk more about the Alva University case, or how would you like to?
I can have questions now. I'm probably able to answer most of them, or then if you want to, you can also ask me questions later around Alva.
Okay, then I guess we'll talk later. Good. So the final part of the agenda today, and before we move on to the drinks, move on to the dinner, is a session that is meant to kind of expand your thinking into how some learnings from other industries could be applied also in higher education. And we have a very special speaker here, our colleague. It will start the video, yeah. Our colleague Maurus, who is somewhere here. And you have your microphone already on, or I can give you this one, no worries, yeah. Yeah. And the stage is yours. I'm just going to bring the laptop closer to you so you don't have to run and do the thing that I did. Here you go. Sorry, technical things. Here you go.
So great. I'll try to be loud. Perfect. And so the purpose is to discuss a bit on the experiences and commerce and see if there could be the learnings made for the education piece of it. And
yeah, you could just.
Oh, switch here, yeah. So, so I'm not going to tell you, what to learn, what to do, pretty much. I think it will be upon your imagination and so. But I think I will go through a bit of like examples and learnings and scratch the surface a bit on some of the landscape around digital commerce. And it's a massive topic, to be honest. So it's hard to kind of like digest and truncate everything into 30 minutes. But let's try what I can come up with. So I'm Mars. And I'm so happy that I can take 30 minutes of your time. So hopefully, at least after this session, each of you will have kind of like some learning or takeaway to take home. And so I'm a humble guy, and we're working with kind of like e-commerce, and I've been working like 20 years in the digital development piece, but within the e-commerce and digital commerce landscape for the last 17 years. So both on the business and agency side of it. And I had the luxury to work with like quite nice brands, and I worked in travel and hospitality industry for 9 years, having the transition from having 40% online sales to 85% online sales. So I actually worked for a TUI group, which probably you also know here in the UK as well. And actually our online sales was quite massive. So I worked on the Nordic level, having like 1.5 billion euros annual online sales. And then of course on the group level and the European level for the charter business. At the time when I left, I think we probably had almost like 10 billion annual online sales. So quite large proportion of it. And you can imagine that as one example, that travel is quite old school industry. Earlier we were discussing with Alan that we also had backend systems like the mainframes. They were from like late 60s, early 17s, kind of like bolted with COBOL. So there's a lot of transformation to be done towards modern systems. And then besides that, I worked in various industries, retails, and also the agency side, pretty much you can name the different kind of like, but I think the key thing is that from my point of view, that why I said I'm humble, because I worked in so many disciplines and roles, and I consider commerce very difficult in a way, and there are no easy, quick wins. It's about transformation in the end. I'll try to scratch the surface. There's something happened with the slides. I was supposed to have like cool pictures there, but never mind that. And about the failure and success, some journeys, examples, what to do. Let's see if we have the time to go towards the transformation and value. And one thing I really want you to focus a bit on, especially on the university side of it, that think about some journeys which are valuable for you user, whether it's a student kind of like applying or post-applied, started bachelor studies, whatever, whatnot, in a way. Because I will be touch basing some journeys primarily from consumer point of view. But the thing is, what I was thinking earlier while listening to you guys is that to me, university life sounds a bit like mixture of like B2C, B2B, and D2C, I would argue. As I've been listening to you guys. And the one thing is really interesting is that B2C is obvious. We know that. We shop online, right? But the B2B transformation, the trend for the last 5 years, it's been interesting in a way that the experience needs to be very B2C alike. Actually, almost exactly like that. Because in the end, we are humans. We have the work hat on 9 to 5. to make it simple, and after that we're consumers, right? So it's the same experience and expectations. And now, was it Ian you mentioned about like the mobile, and they kind of like, well, they will be born with mobiles in their hands essentially. And when I was studying, we used still kind of like desktop computers, and I think one challenge for the universities was the security piece overall. And I actually worked for a software company selling adware licenses, and the primary target was US market, like 50,000 license bundles to begin with. Okay, now imagine the journey in your landscape. And I mean, in general, we talk quite much about the design when we talk about experiences. In a way, in my world, when I say design, I'm not talking about like beautiful designs per se. It could be a design of a journey, it could be a design of an improvement of a process and such in a way. But the key thing is that we need to make them like valuable and usable, and always have a balance and between expectations. Because if you say that you can fulfill both fully, I mean end user and the company business needs, most likely you might have a bit too much ambition, or you might be lying to yourself, in my opinion. You need to do it gradually in the end, because it's about transformation, right? And a typical challenge will be with the low user adaptation, and if you need to rethink something soon post-launch. I have an experience working in the travel industry for a massive renewal of an e-commerce platform on European level for the aforementioned business, and I think the budget was like 35 million euros, and from the original ramp-up, it took 1.5 years until we were fully up and running. Now you might wonder, did you have a failure in a project? But actually we were replacing these aforementioned old platforms and such in a way. So there are a lot of different bits and pieces, moving objects, and then rarely you can design everything. But I think the question is that does design kind of secure the success for you guys? And I would say no, potentially. But the thing is that if you don't have design, it might be that you might have challenge in identifying that you failed. Because then at least you design something, potentially you have designed some analytics as well. For example, the project I mentioned, we had actually quite sophisticated web analysts put into that. And then from that point of view, we were quite easily, I emphasize quite easily, able to see that where we were failing and not actually from the conversion point of view. And given that the business we were testing the new service on had like some millions revenue per day, think about if the conversion fails. So you're losing business hour by hour in a way. So it's quite kind of like fragile way of doing it. But on the other hand, it's the only way of doing it. I mean, if you go full Monty, of course, then you don't know what happened prior or in the change. And it's also a bit of like multicolored thing. Actually, this photo is from somewhere here. I took it yesterday. And in a way, because I mean, design itself, it doesn't secure anything. Because if you do bad design, in a way. So, I mean, you can design the processes all the way, but are you able to implement the processes in that sense? So they might fail. You might have just kind of like the crucial failure point at some point there. But like I said, without the design, you will not know that you failed. I was actually Googling kind of like failure memes, and there was like tons like by Michael Jordan and everything that you should try, that it's a failure not trying. So, but I actually really started like this, that failure is success in progress. Because personally I hate those, fail fast things. Because how the hell you can, excuse me, fail fast if you don't know when you're failing, right? So I see it as kind of like a nice thing. But you need to think about it, because first I read that and I said, what does it say? But then how you balance kind of failure is success in progress, right? But the challenge is that many organizations are not ready to fail. And it's about culture, but as today I think we've discussed quite a bit of culture as well, and I think it's much better nowadays. But on the other hand, I mean, we had good discussions with Alan as well, and Alan told a nice story about a process improvement where he wanted to balance in between kind of like making it quicker or actually making it smart, and quick was selected, so potentially we're just pushing the problem to be elsewhere. Let's take you on a journey, and actually I was inspired here yesterday, so I haven't worked with the Adidas case, but I have to admit that it's a customer of Infosys, so I hope no one is going to tackle me off here when talking about Adidas, and so I have nothing to do with the case. But I had different kind of stories I wanted to share first around groceries and pasta and such, but for some reason the experience is quite nice, and of course from the agenda point of view as well, it runs on Salesforce actually, and it's quite smooth, to be honest. I mean, not perfect personally, I would say, but quite smooth. I mean, first of all, you think about the marketing piece. I mean, SEO, SEM, they are super important. You need to be there where the consumers are, and potentially you need to be always on. I don't know if the always on marketing is kind of like a familiar term for you guys, but it pretty much means that you are always there. But the thing is, the key message here is that this is actually like one page. I needed to slice it on kind of like 2 images here, that Adidas has kind of like taken control of pretty much the first page from Google. So kind of like paid ads, no other paid ads there, kind of like paid core ad, then organic, then I was doing the search here in London, so I get the flagship stores I could go and purchase. Actually got a bit tempted to do so, and then there's the Instagram, Twitter. There's no noise actually, but I bet they've invested quite a bit, both from the budget and from CPC point of view. And to be honest, actually, I was doing a bit of Googling. This was in Finland, Open University and service design, because I'm a bit curious in understanding what kind of offering there is, and comparing this and that, well, different words to say. And but the challenge wasn't necessarily that you were not there. I mean, there are a lot of good hits, and probably hits which you were not expecting to see. And the thing is, landing pages, for example, they were outdated, potentially discontinued courses as well. They were like courses for 21-22 year. And so what I'm saying here is that it's a lot of effort by many people. So it's not like a one-man job to do in the end and succeed there. So what I'm going to do here, walk you through, and now think about the experiences. For example, it could be the student, it could be kind of lecturer, as we mentioned, that they almost could be like entrepreneurs. They might need to do their own search for financing, whatever, in a way, doing a collaboration internally, smooth processes, getting data and such. And but the thing is here is that what I want to tell on this page, this is a home page, because actually most don't land on the home page nowadays. It used to be like, in the travel industry and charter package, it used to be like 50% around year 2009, so 13 years ago. So now front page probably represents like 20% or something, because Google has taken over our focus in a way, and of course we do a lot of email marketing, whatever or not in that sense. But the thing is that I need to go here a bit closer. You don't see the text, but it's a matter, for example, because you can try things, for example, popular right now, something is like Yeezy, I think it's related to music or something like shoes there, and this is also a way to measure the users. Are they interested? Because typically on your landing page, the click-through rates might be quite low on average, so you want to bring up different kind of messaging on your homepage, for example, and also from navigation point of view. A really nice one, women and kids, it's going to be coming up shortly, but then you have different ways of doing it. So it might be that I will click here, men, potentially, and then Alan will click here, men, right? Because liking the picture and such in a way. But the thing is here also that then you have your SEO stuff, then you have your kind of like value props, and then becoming a member, get a bit of discount, get hooked and whatever not in a way. And then also the navigation again. So what I'm saying here is that regardless of page, you need to have a journey, even on a page. So it can't stop there, because potentially if, let's say, user is doing something, and you can got the eye that there will be better time spent and more value, kind of like, because in the end, we are talking about micro and macro conversions online. And when it comes to e-commerce, of course, it's about sales, i.e., the macro conversions, but the micro conversion might be that you do something, you leave a trace. On the other hand, you might complete a task, which is important for you. I have some examples going forward. And now going to the value prop and the communication. And what I personally like really here is that there's a clear, consistent header, for example, that we present the value props here, like free delivery, 60-day returns, for example, which are super important in the retail. They might sound quite obvious in a way, but think about what are the university value props there. So which needs to be seen immediately. And then when we talk about online, actually online isn't kind of like the silver bullet in reducing contacts. Actually, in my previous experience working in transformation travel, actually, when we were able to get uplift in the online sales, actually the contacts towards contact center were going up relatively more actually, because the expectations are different, and also people are learning in a way, and also if you have like bad UX, bad CX, then it might become to be challenging as well, addressing the user, because they are impatient in the end. And but then, for example, when we talk about online and retail in general, we have like help exchanges, order tracker, gift cards, whatever kind of the important pieces. So what I'm messaging here is that there has been quite nice kind of like work done in designing kind of like what they want to message. But think about this as well. You have really smooth navigation, shoes, clothing, accessories, sports, and there's like different body shapes and format being addressed, and a bit of sustainability stuff and such, and also feature things as well, like collaborations like with Marimekko and whatever or not in a way. But still, you have all women shoes, all women clothing in a way, because we are quite unique in our behavior as well. So you need to address pretty much everyone there. Then just a quick reflection on the mobile. As we discussed mobile, I guess for Adidas, I mean, mobile is the largest piece of the volume in terms of sessions, and but I think they've done it quite well. But the interesting thing here is that if you focus here, I mean, this is like two screens here. There's the order tracker first, and then later on, you have the help. And if I quickly go back to the desktop piece, it's different order. So actually, with mobile, potentially, the order tracking is more valuable. So this could be personalized content as well. Who knows? It might be personalized for me, or it might be kind of like static but personalized per device content. Then going towards, I was browsing on day 2 actually, and this is interesting. I was browsing a couple of skateboard shoes here, and I'm still interested. So we were discussing personalization earlier. So this is like, in my opinion, a really nice lightweight approach of personalization that you kind of like help the user in a way. So I don't need to research and find these daily 3.0 shoes again. So we can help the users online quite a bit as well. Then looking at the product, because I think the product is super interesting, and that is the essence actually. Nowadays, I mean, product has been kind of like a hype thing and the product information management for the last 5-ish years in the e-commerce landscape. And it sounds a bit kind of like trivial in a way, but what do we have the products already there, right? But then it goes into PIM systems, the product information management is about being able to actually distribute, localize, having the better time to market, whatever or not in a way, and also structure the data, because traditionally it's not that structured in the different platforms. And but let's take a look at a bit of the highlights here in a way, how I see it in a way, because there's like on the top hand, right, there's like reassurance, like good ratings, so people potentially have liked these shoes. But the key thing is, this is actually my first fold with my laptop, and quite good navigation. One thing I was lacking on the page actually was the link to skateboarding shoes. So actually I don't have it anywhere here, so I would have to go and search skateboarding again, which I didn't do actually. I was searching this particular shoe. So a lot of good things to improve. It might be unintentional, it might be because of data, who knows? I mean the product data. And then of course you want to go with the variants in that sense, for example. Now I'm going back to the Open University Search Design product page to say, and what I noticed there is that I mean, in the end it says no more kind of like you can't apply anymore, and then pretty much the journey died. And of course in this case, let's call them variants now. It could be variant for the upcoming session or whatever or not in a way. But the key thing here is that, and this looks quite obvious, but actually you can't imagine how many companies do fail with the core things on the product page about the value prop, clear price and potential like installments, zero interest rates, whatever or not in a way, good size picking, and especially it comes quite important with the mobile as well, because if you have like native mobile, probably the iPhone users, I don't know how it works on Android, but you can't actually put a lot of content there if it's more kind of complex. And then it's like size 6 not available. It doesn't fit horizontally. So it's going to be a challenge in a way, even though Apple did a good job establishing that, when was it, like 10 years ago. And it was a good thing in the beginning, but then actually UX trends change a bit. And then of course you want to kind of focus on the different pieces as well. And also like a reminder, and this is interesting, this is my guess a bit, that here below the add to cart or add to bag is free delivery to our Adidas store. Then again, buy now, pay in 3 installments, pretty much the same messages here. So are we attracting specific segments with that information as well. So you can repeat the information as well. Now think about your university journeys. Going forward, this is quite interesting here about personalizing the product. And of course, when we talk about digital transformation, and this is interesting, it's quite cheap actually. It's only £5 to kind of get my name on the shoes. I don't know how you do it. You don't explicitly see it from the picture when you do the personalization of the shoe. But the thing is, that's not the message I want to send here. It's actually when I put it into cart, because this actually are all quite often where many fail. You don't follow the story. So actually here, if I wouldn't have this text about the personalization, actually I potentially might stop my journey. Hey, actually, was that the correct shoe? Did they add my personalization piece into the basket? And the funny thing is that when we talk about different conversions, like checkout, for instance, is that many people neglect the fact that it's actually not the process itself. Actually, it might be the data, the information you should have been exposed to 2 steps or 1 step prior. Then I mean, when you go checkout, personally, I find this a bit confusing. With mobile, it's so much more better. But the key thing I want to message here, I mean, there's kind of good structure for the different bits and pieces, but it's this thing. Questions, there's actually a phone number, and it's available like 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and also Saturdays, Sundays. There used to be a trend that all the contact details were removed online because you thought that you can fix things online. But the funny thing is that actually a lot of tests do show adding that piece of information actually reduces the number of contacts potentially. And actually it gives kind of comfort that, hey, there's always someone to help me. Like you go into the brick and mortar, for example, you have the clerk there and you can always go and ask help, right? But the thing is, in the transformation in the digital landscape and the experience is that you tend to kind of like think it as a different kind of like ecosystem from the human behavior point of view, but still we're the same humans, whether we are in digital or in real life. And then again, I mean confirmation in a way, and then just to kind of highlight and one thing, again, the order summary from the content point of view, because if you go to a cash registry and so forth, for example, that you want to see that you have your products there because you're going to put some money there, and if it's going to be correct payment or non-correct payment and such in a way, so it's important. So again, it's about content and data, about kind of distributing the message which you wish to distribute in order to help the user to complete the task he or she is doing, right? Then now, I think this is awesome, to be honest, actually, a help page, and I think this could be probably greatly appreciated by the students as well. Don't know the status of the help pages today. And of course, from the consistency point of view, apparently there's like high volumes of exchange returns, kind of like the important messaging. Think about what is important. You can message it throughout the experience. It doesn't matter that it should be contextually for example, where you're at, but it's more like a general information. What is important? Like we were discussing the navigation and the menu and top-level items, for instance. And then you have your frequently asked questions here, and then you also have your knowledge base. I think this is really nice. I assume this is the Salesforce knowledge base, capability, and so forth. But on the other hand, they have all the information here as well, which they have here. But potentially this is personalized from the point of view that it's the most consumed content, for instance. Or it might be time to time what is important. Or it might be manually picked, but it feels personal in a way as well, that these are the important questions. Because I guess everyone you can relate to the fact that sometimes it's really annoying to find answers, especially when we talk about returns. And oh, by the way, I found a bug on the site as well. And I would love to report that. There's some Swedish there. So was this article helpful? Saying in Swedish, yes, no. And but that happens, that's life. As we were discussing the failure, we shouldn't feel ashamed on that. And probably someone might shoot me now putting this here, this bug in red, but we need to acknowledge that this is a challenge and we shouldn't be afraid. But now going to the exchange and returns page. In general, exchanges and returns is one of the valuable assets, arguably. I mean, there's like tons of cost associated with that, with the logistics. Isn't like Zalando, I think they burn some of the clothes which are being returned, the cheap ones. And the return rates might be even up to 70%, but still they're doing good business, right? But the thing is, when you do it electronically, you can collect data, actually. I don't know about the Adidas, but I actually had an experience last weekend. I was returning some clothing to a brand, bought from a brand called Rafa. It's a cycling clothing. I think it's from the UK, actually. And they actually have this nice, because probably you've seen that when you've been asked that what is the kind of reason code. Okay, it was too big, it was too small, right? They had the option, I ordered 2 articles for the fit. And actually I had various of those, like sizes S and M. And then when I select that one, actually, so I think they will do a bit of attribution with that. For instance, that they don't see that as an issue because you ordered 2, you kept the other, right? So think about that as well. I mean, what data is like superbly valuable for you to understand whether you're succeeding or not in a way? Because then if technically you would start to calculate your return rates and you just do it kind of like per unit. Probably it might be a bit inflated, but when you deduct, for example, I ordered 2 for the fit piece. And there's a good example from the travel industry. This is actually one of my personal favorites, as I've also worked quite a bit with the data and both web analytics and business data, is that you have traffic, you pay for the traffic, right? You earn some of the traffic, but it's still not free if it's like organic traffic. And for example, in travel, we used to have a lot of post-purchase traffic. Actually, I was arguably able to say that 15% of the traffic was post-purchase in a way. So actually people bought the charter package and then they're traveling like months forward and so forth in a way. So they come back, they come and dream, they come and pay, whatever, whatnot in a way. So actually it makes my figures look quite bad in a way. So I need to understand what to track. That is my message. And there's, as Krista mentioned earlier, if I recall correctly, that it's quite difficult to find kind of like explicit KPIs and metrics for the experiences in a way. I agree with that. In that sense, but then it's a thing that you need to be able to kind of like find different kind of metrics which represent your success. And then, for example, let's put it this way. I don't know if this is a valid example. I was just thinking this out loud when I was Googling the Open University and the service design kind of like courses. And then I was thinking, does anyone measure in university, for example, what is the kind of like the relative use and enrollments to these courses? Actually, because if you look at it from the traditional business point of view, and this was kind of like a hit to me when I started to work for a retail company in furniture business, is that I worked there, did a stint as a CDO, and the thing was that when we had a challenge with some of the inventory, then immediately the discussion was about the price. Okay, let's lower the price, let's put some discount. Then I was like, hey guys, what are you talking about? You should be asking, has anyone seen that product? On the other hand, is there any demand as well? And multiple 5 questions in addition to that. And but that's how we can use data. I mean, in many ways. And when I talk about data like this, we don't need to care about GDPRs and stuff in a way. These are per, like, if you use Google Analytics or Adobe, whatever, Web Analytics or other blah, 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 plus analytics, is that it's based on ID and it's based on the personal identified information kind of like agreement. So it's okay to track even IDs in a way, for example, user IDs, because it's a personal data and you're not care about the user. You don't care about the user, him, herself. You just care about to understand, for example, how many people log into your service and the associated data in a way. And if you recall the example of the personalized product as well, that I was trying to kind of debug a bit on the analytics for Adidas as well. Are they also tracking that information? So actually, how many do add personalized products into cart and what is the relative conversion rate for those as well? You can do tons of cool stuff there, and it's quite easy. Of course, it's a bit of investment as well, but it helps you to kind of like find new data and also then, of course, to combine it through different capabilities. I mean, whether it's like MuleSoft being the core or some other data lake solutions and such in a way. And I realized I have 3 minutes. Right. Yes. So I will not be able to go through everything as I was thinking, but if I put it like this in a way, I see at least some people have been listening to me, or then they're looking at me that what is this guy mumbling about? And I could talk about this topic for like 24 hours in a row, to be honest. And but I'm really hoping that I was able to caught your attention, that hopefully you're able to come up with some thinking around the journeys which are important for you guys. And I mean, whether it's around the staff or the learners, whoever in a way, and so forth. Because once a smart boss of mine said that if you can pick one thing from a session, then it has been a valuable session. So at this stage, I will leave the 2 minutes. I'm hoping to do this and continue this later on as well. And does anybody have any questions? Please shoot. Or any thoughts? So what is the judgment? Yeah? Perfect. Then I'll finish here. Probably first time in my life I'm on time. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maros. Do we have Kari here? No. Well, it's been a long day, but it's been a very, very informative day. I really hope that you've enjoyed it so far. And I'm happy to see there are more and more people joining us for another great part of the evening, which is, so we're going to have some drinks there in the kitchen, in the fridge, and probably on the table as well. There's still some food, and then we have the restaurant at 7:30, and this will be your guide to the restaurant. Yeah. But yeah, today we talked about a lot of things. Today we talked about, what we've learned from the Education Summit at Salesforce. Then we've also discussed, how Alta sees the future and how they focus on togetherness, community, bringing together students and employees, bringing together business and technology. And then also we've heard from the innovation partners from Financial Force who talked about how important experience, connectivity, and change for them. And then on backup, why do we need data backup and also security solutions. And then I really, really enjoyed the panel, so thank you so much. It was a lot of great information, and there was so many nice thoughts, how digital campus is a place that you could bring everyone to, more than just having lectures digitally, and that how you really need to just ask people what they want and try to collaborate with them to create what they want. And it's not about technology, it's about the people. And the last session as well, very inspiring to learn, to look at the brands that you might like in everyday life and just see what you could bring to the industry that you work in. It's always a good exercise to learn from the other fields, from the other experiences, and implement them in yours. But I'm really, really thankful for all of you who have been here, for Kari for leading this and coming, and all the other speakers also for coming all the way here to London, actually, or if you're in London, coming to this Old Street office, and also for our online viewers for spending this much time with us online. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. We've tried to make sure that you're engaged as well, but we'll also share the recording of this afterwards. And I think that's it from me. I don't know if, Kari, you want to say a few words, or if we just move to the informal social part, but
no,
stage is yours.
Very good, Alexandra. Thank you for that wrap up. So from me, I just want to thank everyone, all the speakers. A huge thanks to you for very interesting sessions. Thank you for the insights and for those questions that came from the audience as well. Really look forward to continuing the evening with you. Thank you everyone online as well. And as Alexandra said, the recordings will be made available. Hope you enjoy them as well. Enjoy the rest of the day, everyone online, and then with everyone here, hopefully we'll see you at the evening shenanigans.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, practical information. The drinks are there. The restaurant will be downstairs starting at 7:30. But maybe